I came there, I was like, bro, what the fuck are these niggas saying? And no one said nothing. They sat there and watched this nigga talk to people, sound like, and then we run it, and I was like, nigga, how the fuck is anybody? Am I bugging right now? Oh man, top 20 of all time. Yeah, niggas was. I was like, yo, is anybody gonna tell this nigga B Souls? Bro, yeah, that's tough for you, brother. It's tough. And no one was telling B Souls nothing. They just sat there and watched this nigga just sit here and yap. I was like, holy hell, bro. That's tough. Can y'all see this whole screen? Let me zoom. No, that's just the window. Hold on. Here we go. So y'all can just see the whole process. I know how y'all niggas want to see it. We're gonna add a Jordan picture. Jordan and slacks is crazy. I don't know when the fuck I ever looked up Jordan and slacks. Jordan 1992. Let's just say Jordan 1992. It's a good picture. Save. Nigga, who turned on the simulcast? Oh my word. I actively looked at the simulcast and it wasn't on. And so I said, okay, cool. Since it's not on, I am now going to make a new thumbnail just for somebody else who didn't turn on. Oh my word. Why? I don't think you actually did. I think you're just yapping right now. Fuck. Oh my word. Yeah, I'm gonna make the thumbnail real quick. To the people on YouTube, I was trying to like finish this thumbnail before we started. Yeah, I've been using this. Nigga, everybody uses AI. You know what's so funny about the AI conversation? Truth be told, niggas have been using AI for decades, and people are just now getting upset about it because their jobs are at the line. You niggas have been using AI for quite some time now. Let's just keep it a bean, dog. Let's keep it a bean. Y'all niggas is all upset about AI. But nigga, truth be told, y'all been using AI, and that's just the reality of it all. Jordan, what the Kobe in there, of course, my nigga Kobe. Yeah, for those who don't know, if you make a quick thumbnail, all you gotta do, this is like this site called Remove BG. You can get a subscription, remove the background. You can then download it to its max capacity. Shout out to people on YouTube as well. I now know that I am live. Yeah. Shout out to y'all. We gonna knock this down real quick. But you can download it. Once you get a download, drag it to the whatchamacallit, and there goes the picture of Kobe. And then you can just put Kobe like in the back behind Jordan. This is like a bunch of like if this is like me being OCD, just knowing like the lighting is just dog shit. Like I would just up the lighting to make Kobe a little bit more vibrant, and then okay it, and then go to color, and then do the saturation, and then cancel that. Did a hue and saturation, up the saturation on all of it a little bit first. Caleb, someone did turn it on because it wasn't turned on when I first got on. Someone did turn it on. And then up the yellow because Kobe has on yellow, and then just put one more nigga at the top. Who's a good clickbaity nigga? I know y'all niggas gonna be like, ooh, Curry, or LeBron. Shit. Okay. Oh, Jokic is good. Or Giannis, actually. But Jokic is actually pretty good, actually. And then get a picture of Jokic facing the way, and have Kobe facing this way and Jokic facing the other way with Jordan in the middle. and then save. Bam. I'm pretty sure I've downloaded that picture like several different times. Drop this. Bam. Bronny is hooping out his mind. Are they playing right now? Is it? No, they're not playing. Okay. Bro, Bronny is hooping out of his mind. Shout out to Bronny, bro. I'm so happy for that brother. I'm so happy for that brother. Fuck. That's a small ass picture of this nigga. Always double check the what you call it. If it's too small, then go to size large. Boom. You get a bigger picture. If you actually the best way to get like a perfectly sized picture, go to Google Advanced Image Search, type in whoever you want to type in, go to image size, and then go to larger than 2 megapixels, and then Advanced Search, and these will all be like the biggest, most clearest picture. So here's that exact same picture, but it's like it's blown up, and then sometimes it'll be downloaded in a WebP file. You don't have to use that. Try to find something else. But if you do, matter of fact, I'll just go through the whole motion. If it does download in a WebP file, still save it. Go to WebP to PNG converter. Select the file. There's a file. Convert it. Then this is going to convert from a WebP file to a PNG file. Take that file, then grab it, drop it. Now it's bigger. And you just drop it to remove.bg, remove the background, download it at its max resolution, but this comes with a subscription, and then drop it, drag it, and then bam, now that picture is much bigger. Crop it out, put him back there, and there it is. To make sure that it's not overlapping, here are the divider lines. Zoom in, make sure that it's everything that's outside of this circle. So we can do invert, so that everything outside the box will get deleted. So there goes Kobe's arm. We can keep MJ's arm. I think it gives it a nice touch. Turn the text red or orange. Those are the only two colors that really matter. Maybe green, depending on how you feeling. But red. Then give it a border. Grow 7 border. Grow again. There it is. Done. Maybe one more border too. Just like a black border. Grow 7. Make a new layer. Drop the layer behind it. Black. Bam, bam, bam. Filter. Shadow. Drop shadow. Make up the opacity. Actually, to make it even easier, long shadow. Bam, there it is. Touch back on the length, and there you go. You got yourself a thumbnail. Bada boom, bada bang. All right. Hold on, wait. Oh wait, you can't call it that. And then call your file whatever the fuck you want to call it. Who cares about what the file name is right now, because the file name is irrelevant. This is only going to be used one time. Nigga, I'm not typing fast. I just put my fingers all over the board. All right. We are here. And that's literally how you create a thumbnail. You know, niggas always be asking, Lil, give us, help us out, dog. Help. There you go, bro. All right. We are here talking about a few things. Chop it up a little bit here and there. More importantly, though, we got some news talking about Bradely, Beal, Damian Lillard, their situation moving forward. There was an article dropped about Joel Embiid that was also very, very interesting. A couple of other things that are happening in the NBA space. Still a little bit of Kobe talk, but more importantly, I sat there and I really thought to myself, you know what, dog? I do a lot of yapping. I do a lot of back and forth with a bunch of other people. I believe it's my time to actually make myself a top 20 list of all time so I can stop criticizing everybody else. We are live on playback. I have this shit already capitalized. Fuck, I'm dumb. We are live on playback. So I decided to make my own top 20 list as well. So there's a lot of things going on, a lot of things to discuss. Caleb, I don't know if you're here or not, but I'm going to upload the right thumbnail to the thing. And actually, I can't believe I'm saying this. Jokic is not a top 20 player all time. He can't defend, and he's not an elite scorer. Not an elite scorer is fucking ridiculous. I will say this before I get into this, because there's been a bunch of people, as we actually do this, and we kind of build up on this. Let me address this one time and one time only. So, a lot of people got upset at me about that Chris move take that I had on the timeline. All right, boom. I'm gonna tell Caleb that it's up. It's uploaded. The is in Notion. All right, so I made a tweet and everybody got up in arms. Ha! Low, you're being so disrespectful. Despite the fact, you know what's so funny? That I always find it hilarious. This is what I find hilarious. Two things. People tell me all the time that I can't talk about basketball because I've never played in the NBA. I'm a fat slob who's never dedicated my life to this. So then I decide to talk about something that I have dedicated my life to, that I have been very successful at and been able to sustain for a very, very long time. Something that many people cannot say at all. Like, at all. No, there's a handful of people who've been creating content that can say that they've been able to make a living out of it for 10 years. It is a very small amount of people who can say they've been able to do so. And so I decided to have an opinion about something that, in all honesty, I still stand very firm on. So I said, damn, it just hit me. Agent is really the greatest 2K content creator ever. Then I followed up by saying the only two names I'm entertaining is Jesser or Aiden. Now, the Aiden one, some people were bamboozling me. People were telling me that, well, what about Aiden? Because Aiden had been in a space for however many years or whatever. But I did not know that Aiden really wasn't like a 2K creator. He was just streaming for a while. And then he just became like a full-time streamer. He did some 2K stuff. People were then throwing in the Chris move. What about Chris move? And I made the statement of saying Chris Move does not create content better than Jesser or Agent. He is more impactful, but he is not a better content creator. Now, a lot of people got upset at me when I said that. I'm gonna let y'all niggas know my opinion has not changed. Hey, my opinion has not changed because a lot of you all were unaware of what I was saying. When I say create content, I'm not talking about the content that you may enjoy the most. I'm talking about the actual process of building out content, creating content, storyline, editing, pacing, ideas, executing, being original in some capacity. Like, those things is what I'm talking about. Thinking outside the box. And into that, it's not a holy backtrack. That's literally what I said. And that is what I meant by creating better content. I personally believe that So Illuminati makes amazing content. But I would be a fool to sit here and to say that he is better at creating content than Mr. Beast. I watch So Illuminati way more than Mr. Beast. I would be a fool to say that So Illuminati creates content better than Mr. Beast. That I would be ridiculous to believe that. The preparation, the execution, everything that goes into the building, the editing, the outlining, everything that goes into making a Mr. Beast video, that takes way more time, effort, energy than a So Illuminati video. Now, I personally will watch So more, but So Illuminati is not better at creating content than Mr. Beast. That's just a fact. Chris Move, who, respectfully, I've probably watched more Chris Move than most of y'all who I'm talking to. I have probably consumed more content than some of you all have actually been alive. Let's also keep that in there because I'm old as fuck. But Chris Move, he just doesn't. Now, at the time in which Chris Move was creating content, a voice-over commentary style content, that was peak. That was the limit to how content was created. And to be fair to Chris Move, I think he did think outside the box in many capacities in terms of storyline building and taking some cutscenes from GTA and putting it in the middle of a 2K 2K gameplay. But the things in which both Jesser and Agent have done, the bounds in which they have pushed the idea of creating content, has been able to elevate them beyond the actual game of 2K. Regardless of what you may feel about it, Chris Move has not been able to do that. He just hasn't. I think Troy Dan is up there as well. And I would still have Chris Move as like one of the top like 3 to 5 2K content creators. Not as if like I'm saying he's like not even top 10. But, bro. Yeah, Agent and Jesser, without a doubt. The ability to create content. No, they're up there. Like, and what's even crazier is people then took that as disrespect. Bro, sitting here saying that someone doesn't create content better than Agent and Jesser, that's not a knock. Dog, I don't know what to tell you. That's not a knock. So then here's the second thing I've learned. Someone just said it, and I'm happy someone called it out. Someone just said all Agent did was play Park. That is a lie. And this is the other aspect that I was actually blown away. I thought most of y'all knew about this. Maybe most of y'all don't know the timeline of 2K content creators. Bro, Agent started in my team. On my league. Agent was first making content with my league, my GM. That's how he started. He then pivoted from my league, my GM, to my team, to Park, from Park to Rec, and then from Rec effectively did whatever the fuck he wanted to do. If he wanted to make news update videos, he did that. If he wanted to just rate 2K memes on Twitter, he did that. If he wanted to then pivot back to us just going on Park and bullshitting, he could do that. At the time in which Agent was doing that, and even Jester to an extent, bro, back in the day, when you were playing my team, when you were playing a certain game mode on 2K, you were stuck to that game mode. You were stuck to it. If you are a my team creator, that's all you did. And for the people out there who know, shout out to the OGs, bro, niggas used to open packs every single year. They did nothing else. Niggas just open packs at the pack at the pack. Ask Sub the Gamer, because that nigga was just open packs for years. That's all he did. He just opened packs. That's all he did. If you were on Park, that's all you did. You played Park. That's all you did. That's all you did. All you did was play Park. That's it. Jesser and Agent, but I do believe Agent was the first one who was able to transcend every game mode in the game of 2K, and obviously that creativity could be seen beyond the actual game itself, and here we are right now. Agent was the first one, if I'm not mistaken, who was able to do that. Cash Nasty was not doing that before Agent. Now, Cash Nasty and Troy Dan and Jesser also got to that point, but no. Chris Move was doing nothing but My Career voiceovers, commentary. Chris Move, when he attempted to do Park, he was nowhere near as successful as he was when he was doing whatchamacallit. He just weren't. And then he went right back. Chris Move, he did My Team here and there, but then he pivoted back because he couldn't find a lane to do it. Somebody else said, well, Chris Move, he wanted to stream. He could. Chris Move tried to stream as well. He tried to stream. He did streaming. Chris Move tried to do all those things. Chris Move did Park content, I want to say 2017, I want to say. I actually do think Chris Move's My Team content was good, but the Park and Rec were not good. This how it might have been 16. This how I know I remember when Chris Move was doing Park, because there was this whole beef with Chris Move and a few other people in the Park community because Chris Move started to play My Park, and then he was complaining about how people were spam dribbling, and he was saying that's not real basketball. He was like one of the first people who were really vocal about that, and then everybody else got upset at him and saying, "No, this ain't, you just so used to My Career." Yeah, Nate X and them got mad at him. Nate X is another one. Amazing Park player. Nate X wasn't really doing My Team. He wasn't doing My Career. He wasn't doing My GM. Agent is one of the very few people, and I believe the most successful at it, where he was doing every single game mode in 2K. It was Nate X and I think LSK were the two people who were I think that's it. And Jesser and Agent, in my opinion, are the two most successful content creators who took what they did in 2K and built something significantly successful. Both of them did what they did, established groups with 2Hype and AMP, and then even branched off on their own thing beyond 2K, because that's how great they are at creating content. That's how great they are at creating content. Flight is just entertaining. I will watch a Flight video before a Jesser video, but I don't think Flight is that great at creating content. He's more entertaining for sure, but I don't think he's that great at creating content. Before we get into it, though, there's already some power chats. Isn't this essentially NBA players' skill argument? That's literally what I was just saying. The skill of creating content. That's what I was saying. In my opinion, it doesn't matter how much work or practice or creativity you put into something. If I watch your content and I find that shit less enjoyable than another nigga content, you are just flat out a worse content creator. If that's how you view it, I have no argument. I'm just telling you my opinion, dog. This is my opinion. As someone who is a content creator, I know how difficult it is to be able to pivot into different forms of content. I know the risk that you're taking. I know how detrimental it could potentially be if that transition does not work. I know those things. As someone who went from making NBA content to a podcast about NBA, to a podcast about just some random shit, to doing a reaction channel, nigga, there's a lot of details you have to understand, a lot of research you got to do before you start pivoting into different areas of content. From someone, even in the NBA space, who can go from making detailed videos like I did on the Legend of Winning channel, to reaction videos, to live streaming like I'm doing right now, to news videos, bro, there's a lot of preparation before you can just start jumping in one way or another, before you can start doing all these things. Now, again, how enjoyable that may be, of course, is subjective. I would believe and I would argue that Agent and Jesser weren't just pulling hundreds of thousands to millions of views every single time they uploaded, and someone didn't find that shit entertaining. I'll leave it at that. Jesser to this day is pulling millions of views. Just in case y'all don't know that. Lo, it's perfectly okay to be wrong. I promise you, I agree with your Chris Smooth point, but you choose two names that did not match up to his tier of creation. If you would have picked two other names, you could have had a legitimate argument. We're just gonna agree to disagree. We're gonna agree to disagree. We're gonna agree to disagree. We're gonna agree to disagree. Well, that being said, we about to get into shit right now. We're about to get to it right now. So, should I do my top 20 list, or should we get into the new stuff first? Yeah, I think we should get into the news. Jesser is just more popular, but can you just say the same thing about Smooth? I don't know. Any whoosies. Jesser is white, I guess. I guess. I don't know. There were plenty of white content creators that have never touched the height of Jesser. Never. Our Loden said Chris Smooth equals Bill Russell, real innovation, but not the best. I tried to make that correlation. People got upset at me. I don't know why people got upset at me. That lets me know how y'all feel about Bill Russell and Wilt Chamberlain, because I don't think if someone came up to me and said Bill Russell is the GOAT, I would disagree, but I would understand the logic behind it. Some of y'all got so offended by a nigga saying that Bill Russell, that the correlation between Chris Smooth and Bill Russell, like, nigga, that's y'all. That's y'all. That's y'all. I respect Bill Russell. He in my top 10. He borderline in my top 5. That's you niggas who don't want to put respect on Bill Russell's name. But with that being said, let me go pull up the notepad real quick. Let's go pull up the notepad. So, let me pull the notepad, and then also let me start the recording. Oh wait, let me get all this shit together. All right, so we can go and get into the top 20 list real quick. Then Troy Dan number 1. Look at the most view there in my team park, my court. Most agent video views videos is Parks. I think agents most view videos, I think it's Rec though, not Park, but I could be wrong. But I think Troy Dan is also up there. You know what I'm saying? Like, let's not, you know what I'm saying? Let's not, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, Troy Dan up there. Fredo had the biggest peak in 2K history, 3 million in one 2K lifespan, no TikTok, no YouTube shorts, like Jesser, and was able to pivot before he showed the world he was a terrible person. Fredo he's also hot. Hey, y'all are naming names that I agree are also really, really good at creating content. I think they're also really good at creating content. But as I say that, Nicholas on YouTube said people really don't know Agent's bag. Yeah, I don't think people. I was actually surprised. Like, someone literally in this chat just now just said all Agent did was play Park, and I was like, oh shit, niggas just didn't know then, I guess. So, as we all know, niggas ain't watch Agent. The numbers would say otherwise, dog. The numbers. Oh, I see you saying, yeah, niggas, yeah. Some niggas just didn't watch Agent. I think some of y'all don't watch Troy Dan right now. I mean, I don't think some of y'all watch Troy Dan or Jesser. I don't think some of y'all didn't watch y'all. But, so, Bleacher Report, as we all know, dropped their top 100 list last week. We react to it, made some content, more or less. I just didn't like how inconsistent a lot of those, the reasonings behind it was. Some of the metrics were really, really flawed. And so I got quite a few people just telling me, hey, instead of just complaining, why don't you make your own list? And I think that's actually a pretty great response, especially because I do a lot of complaining on the media. So I decided to take my time out and make my own top 20 list of all time. Now, I will say this. I think I did cop out a little bit because I believe I have 21 names. Let me double check here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. I do have 21 names. I do have 21 names. Now, I'm going to be honest with y'all. I try my hardest to not be biased and not allow certain things outside of basketball dictate some of my opinion. However, even after doing some more research on the player that I have right above this gentleman, I have no problem with potentially removing him from the list. Of course, that is Mr. Karl Malone. I will say this about Malone, as I have him basically 21. I will say this about Karl Malone, though. I think that Malone, all other shenanigans aside, Malone, excellent NBA career, played for in a really, really extensive period of time. And part of my criteria is not only how high did you peak or how high of an impact your prime was, but how long you were able to sustain it. I've made this. Oh my! Did I just do a spit bubble? Let me say it again because that's disgusting. A part of my criteria, or at least one of the bigger pieces to my criteria, isn't just how high your peak is or how high your prime is. It's how long can you sustain that degree of excellence. I've seen quite a few people who have higher peaks than some of the players I'm about to list off, but I have to stop and really ask myself, would I rather have the 5-year peak of this player over the 8, 9, 10-year prime of this other player? And I think that is where a lot of my contingency lies with certain players here and there. How we label impact and view it all varies. A lot of that obviously not only translates from regular season to postseason, but in particular postseason matching up with defensive schemes or defensive personnel that in theory should be able to slow you down. But being able to translate your regular season impact to the playoffs is also very important to me as well. And that's probably the biggest reason why I just don't have Karl Malone in the top 20. I'm going to make the decision to cut him out because the player had ahead of him actually did translate a little bit better than Malone did. But Karl Malone, 14-time All-Star. Matter of fact, we put the resume up on the screen, man. We put the resume up on the screen because he did have a little good, you know, Malone had a run on him, man. Malone had a run, man. He had a run. Nigga said no need. Shit. All right. Oh my God. Malone, 14-time All-Star, 14-time All-NBA, 4-time defense. He probably should have won more than that. There's actually 2 players at the power forward position. I go back and I rewatch some 90s basketball that I'm very impressed with their defense. Karl Malone is one. Sean Kemp is another one. But yeah, 14-time All-Star, 14-time All-NBA, 2-time MVP recipient, and all the other numbers that come along with it. By the end of his career, posted up nearly 37,000 points. Also has a lot of turnovers as well, but the one thing that kind of stops me from putting Malone in the top 20 at his best from 88 to 98, which is a long run. Shout out to Malone. 28, 11, and 3, 53% from the field. We go to the postseason. Unfortunately, that accuracy is a bit up and down. We've talked about this pretty consistently. 48, there's 50, there's 44, dropping all the way down to 44, 45, 52 is great, 45, 46, 47, 47, 43, 43 and a half, 47. The up and downs in his accuracy is pretty jarring. To go from 53% on front of field down to 47, to me is a pretty noticeable swing. It's a pretty noticeable swing. And then also watching a lot of Karl Malone, as you all know, I went pretty deep with the Karl Malone and John Stockton slander. There is a lot of times in Malone career where they're dumping the ball off to him and he's just not able to create as consistently or a lot of their schemes were very redundant and predictable. So when sending doubles or crowding him, they knew how to do it because they always like to give the ball to Malone in a certain part in the post, and he gets to go crazy in isolation because of the illegal defensive rules. Not really taking that away from him, but he did not properly prepare himself in many occasions to make the right reads. He got better as his career progressed, and that's actually why, even though his numbers are better from a sheer volume standpoint early on in his career, I would very well argue his game was way more defined heading into from like 95 on to 98. And I also believe it's not a coincidence that that's the reason why they saw their most postseason success, and also just funneled the offense more through him besides Stockton. But just the inconsistencies in the postseason runs is the biggest reason why I just don't have him in the in my top 20. That's the biggest takeaway. While I do this, give me 1 second. Let me make sure I pop out the chat on YouTube so I can keep my eye on it on OBS. Give me 1 second. No, John Havlicek is not over Malone. What the fuck? Hey yo, y'all be y'all be saying some nut shit in the chat. All right, bet. All right, so now moving on to number 20. For number 20, I think this is probably one of the more underrated players in NBA history. Really doesn't get a lot of recognition for the way in which he impacted the game, his innovation, and what he actually brought to the table. And it is actually an older player. It's not someone that is as relevant as many of you all like to think about, and it is someone who had lasting impact for a considerably long career, especially back in the day. That player is Elgin Baylor. Elgin Baylor, I cannot lie, grossly underrated throughout the course of NBA history. 11-time All-Star, 10-time All-NBA, one Rookie of the Year. And though he never won MVP, and I say this all the time when it comes to winning the MVP, just so y'all know, I'm not huge on necessarily if you won the MVP or not, because I know there's several players throughout NBA history who have not only not won the MVP, but have had better seasons than players who actually have won the MVP. So as long as you have like MVP caliber impact, that's fine. We tend to measure that based on your rankings on a year-to-year basis. There are several years where, Elgin Baylor is giving you 2, 3, top 5 MVP finishes. I want to say he did that pretty consistently. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 years throughout his career. And as you continue to just watch a lot of Elgin Baylor, you also start to realize, bro, Elgin Baylor, there's a couple things that you learn about back in the day that's pretty nasty, that if it happened in today's game, it would be very, very interesting. But overall, Elgin Baylor really did innovate a lot of things that we see in today's game, in particular being a point forward. When you watch him back in the day, Elgin Baylor's running up and down the break, leading the break as a forward, initiating offense, facilitating, really creating for his own, had a jump shot. One of the big things that I keep realizing when I watch a lot of Lakers games back then against the Boston Celtics, if you had a jump shot, it was money, because a lot of teams back then, they would organize their offense in one or two ways. Either you're trying to get as close you can to the basket by attacking the rim or in post-ups, or you were doing a lot of like hub play, DHO at the elbow, and then coming off the screen and pulling up as a midi and a jump shot. And the reason why the Lakers really separate themselves is because they had the dynamic play to do a little bit of both, with both Jerry West and Elgin Baylor attacking the basket, but also coming off with the screens and knocking down shots. Elgin Baylor was really, really great at that. So was Jerry West, and we'll talk about him later on. But Elgin Baylor was really, really great at that. The other thing, quick fun fact, in 1962, the reason why, and even though he finished 4th in MVP, averaged 38 points, the reason why Elgin Baylor only played 48 games is because at that time he was dealing with military responsibilities. He could only play with the team through weekend passes. So if their games were not on the weekend, I think it was Friday, Saturday, or Sunday, he could not play with them at all, and he did not practice with them at all, and still went out there and gave you 38 and 18. Ridiculous. That is ridiculous. Also, in 62, they made it to the finals, and they only lost to the Boston Celtics and pushed into a Game 7. That's the other thing, that was the other indicator that when it came to Elgin Baylor and Jerry West, when I ranked them, they by far were the most successful against the Boston Celtics, and it wasn't even close. by far the most successful against the Boston Celtics. So I took a lot of that into consideration. And also, I took into consideration the separator between him and Karl Malone is how much he sustained a lot of his accuracy in the postseason. 47% from the field, 47, 44, 44, a drop off there, massive. Then he gets hurt. He has a knee injury in 65 where he only plays one game. But back up to 44, 37 drop, but then 47. There is, in a lot of these series, obviously they're concluding against the Boston Celtics. And so then you can go, or the St. Louis Hawks with Bob Pettit, who would have the second-ranked defense, so also a really great defensive team. And those are the teams that they will end up losing to, even against Bob Pettit. 45%. Look at Jerry West, 50%. Bruh, we're going to really get into Jerry West. Against the Boston Celtics in 62, like I reiterated earlier, 43%. And then against the Boston Celtics again and the Hawks, 47%. Look at Jerry West, 49. We're going to get into Jerry West. And then again, even before the St. Louis Hawks. So there was a lot of times where they would either go up against the best defense or the second best defense and have to figure out a way to score against Bob Pettit and then figure out a way to score against Bill Russell. Ridiculous. And the fact that he was able to sustain that level of accuracy throughout most of the postseason, I do find that a little bit more impressive than Karl Malone. But moving on to number 19. Moving on to number 19. I'm going to make it a little bit quicker because I don't want to make this too long. Moving on to number 19, we have Dr. J, Julius Erving. Julius Erving, my dog. Another player who's grossly underrated throughout the course of NBA history. 16-time All-Star, 7-time All-NBA performer, 5-time All-ABA. And yes, I am taking into consideration what he did in the ABA. 4-time MVP. I think 2 or 3 of those were in the ABA. Made an All-Defensive team in 76 in the ABA, and then won a championship in 1983. One of the very few players that translated from ABA to NBA. And even though it took him a while to kind of pick up the production, started to get back to some of the level of impact that we saw of him in the ABA in his years in Philadelphia. Started to give you the 25 points per game with the 7 to 8 rebounds, 4 to 5 assists as well. Won league MVP, but finished second, first, and then third, and then fifth in the MVP race for a 4 straight year span. And then obviously won a championship. Also, heading into the postseason, like I said before, a lot of that impact was still sustainable in postseason play. In 1980, made it to the finals, beating the Boston Celtics in the process. Obviously, a younger Larry Bird. Then went to 7 against Larry Bird again, and then beat Larry Bird, that team, one more time in 1982. So matched up against some really, really good competition. And again, performed really good. Performed really well against stiff competition at that point in time. To try to beat both the Celtics and Lakers to try to win a championship, very difficult to do. But I just look at what he was producing in postseason play. I think this is his worst playoff series against the Celtics. I think 81 is. But Dr. J was able to sustain a lot of that excellence, carried it over, also kept his play at a really high level for an extended period of time. And if I can find it, here we go. Oh, wait, no, it's right here. Yeah, against the Celtics, I think that's the 82 is his worst series against the Celtics. Against the Lakers, he's giving you 25, 8, and 3 on 54% shooting. Against the Bucks, he's giving you 22, 8, and 7, which is that's 7 assists, right? Yeah, that's kind of crazy. 54% shooting. Hawks, 24, 6, and 5. The year prior, 20 points, 6 rebounds, 4 assists. 40. No, this is the worst series. Yeah, one of these series was like really bad for him. But then in 1980 against the Celtics, 25, 8, and 4. The one thing I will say, and then he finally won. Obviously, when he won, he wasn't the first option, and also he kind of regressed a little bit. There were some tendencies as a jump shot shooter that didn't carry over as much, and that was probably the biggest factor to why he wasn't as successful against the Celtics. That front court was a bit more formidable. But at the end of the day, Really, really good player. I don't think I need to go into too much explanation. Also, as I say this, I think all these players that I'm listing off so far are all relatively similar. So it's not like if you have one or the over, I really wouldn't complain too much. Coming in next at number 20, 19, 18. Coming in next at number 18, we have Giannis. Big dog Giannis. Now, I do not believe that I have to go into too much explanation on Giannis. We are in the middle in two Giannis, and when we get to Jokic as well. My only gripe with him is that it's just too early in their careers for me to put them any higher. But Jokic and Giannis are on a stretch right now that is very impressive, and obviously if they continue this degree of dominance, they will be higher just because they were able to sustain it. Part of the reason why Giannis is where he's at right now is simply because his peak is just too overwhelming to deny. It's way too overwhelming to deny. 9-time All-Star, 9-time All-NBA, 5-time All-League Defense, 2-time MVP. Obviously, have had way more MVP caliber season. Giannis is in year 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. He's in year 7 of finishing 4th or higher in the MVP race. Year 7. Like I said, in a row too. In a row. Like I said, I don't really think I need to go into too much explanation. We're here now. We're here. I agree with you real talk. Giannis has. I just need him and Jokic to get to 10, 11 years, and then they definitely going to start jumping over a lot of other players. But amazing player, amazing athlete, amazing playmaker, a really great defender at his best. Giannis is having that wonky moment in his career, similar to where the offense may not necessarily be peaking at the same time as the defense, because I think these last 2 years offensively are the best iterations of Giannis that we've seen, not only from a passer and playmaker, but as we all know, last season, the mid-range shot was in full effect. Hopefully he continues to add to it, but the defender that Giannis was back in like 19, 20, 21 was pretty crazy. It was pretty crazy. Also did not highlight that he won DPOY as well. Obviously then that 2021 run, very underrated. Somehow I think a lot of people overlook it just solely because he was not 100% healthy that entire run, understandably so. But I fail to ignore the fact that Giannis started the 2021 finals coming off of a hyperextended knee. Of course, coming off of a hyperextended knee, he wasn't going to play the greatest coming out the gate. So those first 2 games in the finals where they end up losing, Giannis, one game had 20 points. The next game, however, he jumped right up to 42. If you remove that first game in the finals, Giannis in the next 5 games in the finals is giving you 38, 12, and 5, dog. 38, 12, and 5 with 2 blocks and finish off with a 50 ball with 14 rebounds. And then went to the free throw line and made 17 and 19 of his free throws. Clutch blocks down the stretch, switching out on the perimeter, elite rim protection. Giannis peak is up there, dog. Give it a couple more years, he will be jumping up. And the same can be said with the next player as well. And I know some of you all going to be like, you always on top of him. But it is Jokic. It is Jokic. So, Jokic, 7-time All-Star, 7-time All-NBA, 3-time MVP, won a championship just like Giannis as well, Finals MVP just like Giannis as well. And I think, as we all know, very similar to Giannis. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 of the last 7 years has been 4th or higher in the MVP race. Very impressive. Just extraordinarily impressive. The two things that always will separate Jokic and Giannis from me is that Jokic's ability to carry over his impact, especially from an offensive standpoint, from regular season to postseason, he does that better than Giannis. But also, Giannis gives you defensive impact at his best that Jokic couldn't even dream of. So that's always the give and take with me when it comes to Jokic and Giannis. But I do believe they're going to be always close together with one another in the rankings. Both of them, once they start getting into a decade-long stretch of just dominance, which Giannis is closer to Jokic. I think a lot of people tend to forget that. Jokic hasn't been playing to this degree up until really 2020 almost, but or 2021, one of the two. But as soon as both of them clear the 10-year threshold, we're going to get into very serious conversations that they should be over a couple of other people. But I think that both of them alongside one another makes a lot of sense. And then finally in this group, the last name I have in this group of subsection of players is Kevin Garnett. Kevin Garnett, 15-time All-Star, 9-time All-NBA, 12-time All-League defender, 4 rebounding titles, 2008 champion, I believe was the best player on that title team, 1 league MVP in 2004, 1 DPOY in 2008 as well, but very similar to the last 2 names, consistently top 5 in the MVP race, 1, 2, 3, 4, I want to say he had 5, I thought he had 5. I thought he had, there it is, 5th, but that's 2008, yeah, 5th. Yeah, had a really great stretch, but who KG was in the MVP race probably isn't a great indicator on how great of a player he was, just because there's a lot of years where he's just not on a team that's sufficient enough to constantly put him in that conversation. But at his best, KG is giving you around 22, 25 points, out there giving you 12 to 13 rebounds, 5 to 6 assists sometimes, and then obviously a really well-rounded scorer. How efficient and effective as a scorer he was at his absolute best. People tend to embellish a lot of the theory of who Kevin Garnett was or was supposed to be in contrast to who he actually was in the NBA on a game-to-game basis are 2 different things. We do this thing now where people are revising history and acting as if versatility at that point in time in NBA history was at a premium. In theory, it should have been, and it would have been, and it definitely would have been great to have. But rim protection was by far the most valuable aspect. That's the reason why Tim Duncan was still the better defender than Garnett at that point in time in NBA history. And then the other thing that I think a lot of people tend to not give credit enough to Garnett, or at least tend to ignore, was his inability to create on his own to the degree of a lot of other players were able to, especially from a scoring perspective. I do think Giannis just creates better than Kevin Garnett, but I must admit the sustained excellence is certainly there. But also, and because of the degree of struggling a little bit to create his offense, that's the reason why some of those numbers don't necessarily translate well in the postseason. But I do give KG a lot of break and a lot of grace because he was not on teams that were good enough to really help him out. He just wasn't. Respectfully, KG was not on teams that were not talented enough to really help him. So I give him grace because of that. That is something that I cannot overlook. But when he did have the help, 24, 5, and 14, elite level defense, a steal and a half, 2 blocks, 50% from the field, and then in 04, 24, 14, really almost 15 and 5, had that game 6 or 7, I believe it was against the Kings to get to the conference finals. There it is, where Sam Cassell goes down and he has to start bringing the ball up. Oh my word, the versatility was there. The impact was undeniable. He just needed to be on better teams to kind of help him out offensively. And if he was, I do believe we would have seen a better version of Kevin Garnett. But that excellence was sustained for a very long time. The impact, transcendent defender, one of the top, I believe, especially in a modern NBA, top 5 defender of all time. If you want to say Bill Russell, Wilt Chamberlain, Tim Duncan, Hakeem Olajuwon, and then after that, it gets real thin. It gets real thin. Yes, Wilt is a top 5 defender all time, without a doubt. Without a doubt. Nigga said Alex Caruso. All right. Now, before I continue to go, that is the first section of players. I'm not really too big on if you have one player over the other. I don't really care too much. So Kevin Garnett, Nikola Jokic, Giannis, Julius Irving, Elgin Baylor, and then Karl Malone right outside of the outside of my top 20. I don't really care too much about those top 6. Some people are already saying that Jokic and Giannis peaked higher than Garnett. I probably wouldn't argue too much about that. And so if you want to have them over KG, that's fine. A lot of people will knock KG because of his lack of postseason success, or really a lot of that translating to the playoffs. That's fine as well. Some people would have Malone a little higher. That's fine. I personally, that's fine. I personally don't really care too much. I think that is a pretty solid list. I think that's fine so far. As I say that, we're going to take a break real quick. Let me check out any power chats. Actually, there's a lot of power chats. Then Troy Day number 1. Look at no. So low. How do you feel about in Flight's pivot from 2K to reaction story time streaming compared to other 2K creators? They're up there as well. I mean, they're up there. Hey, Lo, can we watch some of the best or your favorite moments from players in your top 20? Sure. I mean, we probably can. We can probably get to that. Yeah, this nigga a hater. I'm out. Wrong. Oh, yeah. This nigga nonchalant. They been telling me nonchalant, you got a lot of smoke for me. But they also been saying, you pussy, nigga. They telling me that you not really going to step up to the plate and really get this shit on. So though I appreciate the $25, I heard you pussy, nigga. That's what I heard. That's what I heard. Niggas was adding you and all that shit, and you didn't show up. That's what I heard. And I don't see this nigga in the chat no more. I don't see this. Y'all adding him. I don't see the nigga in the chat no more. That's tough. We continue. Unlimited Z said, Jokic translates offensively far better, but Giannis translates defensively far better. Pretty sure Giannis has led some of the best playoff defenses in recent memory, and his defensive peak, some could be said for a Jokic offensively, yin and yang. I agree. I think Giannis's defense translates a little bit better than people want to give credit to. Russ is top 2 all time. Okay. Any top chats over on the YouTube side of things? I don't believe so. Yeah, I don't believe so. I don't think we forgot anything. All right, cool. All right, on to the next section. What's the order? Malone at 20, Karl Malone at 21, Elgin Baylor at 20, Julius Irving at 19, Giannis at 18, Jokic at 17, Garnett at 15. We now move to the next section of players. And coming up first, this player actually, as I think about it, might be a little lower. He could potentially go into the next. But I got to give credit where credit is due. We have Oscar Robertson up next. Oscar Robertson, 12-time All-Star, 11-time All-NBA, 6-time assist champ, 1 MVP in 64, but was up there with the best of them in terms of constantly being in the MVP race, 5th, 3rd, 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, pretty consistently. As we all know, famously, was the first to miss a triple-double for the first, I want to say, 7-8 years of his career. He actually averaged a triple-double. I want to say up to here. Am I tripping? Yeah, here we go. The first 6 years of his career averaged a triple-double, 30, 10, and 11. But the one thing that really stands out to me more so than anybody else is the fact that a lot of his impact as a guard, very impressive, the efficiency and accuracy. And back in the 60s, to be a guard shooting 47% from the field, 47, 48, 51, 48, 48, 47.5, 49, 50%, led the league in scoring that year as well, led the league in assist as well, which is a sidebar. People always lie and say that Tiny Archibald was the first guard to do that, the first player to do that, lead the league in points and assists. That's not true. That's not true. Oscar Robertson was the first person to do that. But led the league in points and assists. And then, again, 48, 46, once more, 51. Bro, Oscar Robertson as a guard, finishing off his Cincinnati career, shooting 49% and averaging 29 points. As a guard, 10 assists as a guard. It was unheard of. Unheard of at that point in time in NBA history, because everyone would just make excuses to why other guards like Bob Cousy can go out there and barely convert 40% of the shots. Oscar Robertson is out there giving you high 40s. And then going to postseason, even on Cincinnati teams that really weren't the greatest, converted a lot of that accuracy, carried it over, and then a lot of just the overall impact and numbers statistically could carry over. Unfortunately, there's just unfortunately not that many games I could really pivot to actually watch Oscar Robertson playing in Cincinnati, a team that really wasn't winning that many games, because that is probably one of the biggest knocks is that these numbers didn't really translate to that much success. And when they did, obviously, you're getting knocked out in the first round. This series right here was one of the bigger indicators. Against Bill Russell, dropped all the way down to 39%. No shame on that. No shame on that. No shame on that. But the guard that I have ahead of him didn't do that. There's a guard I'm about to put ahead of him that wasn't doing that. Went up against Wilt Chamberlain in 65. Dropped in accuracy again. Again, no shame on that. No shame on that. But the guard that I have ahead of him did not do that. The guard that I have ahead of him did not drop like this against this type of competition. Just didn't do it. They just didn't do it. They just didn't do it. So I just want to just keep that in perspective. But Oscar Robertson, amazing player. The other knock that I have against Oscar, and I'm only going off of what testimonies of players back then would say about Oscar, there was a lot of knock on his playing style that many people believe did not translate to the right success. Some people thought it was selfish, that he dominated the ball a little bit too much as well. I still would say, though, looking at his rosters, his teams, I think that it's a fine assessment of who he is. And I think that maybe a little bit misunderstood, especially when you look at the sheer production. It's really hard to overlook that. Next up, a bit more modern, a player that comes to mind that a lot of people are going to feel some type of way about, but I must admit, I cannot deny, especially because y'all think I hate this nigga, but I really don't. Kevin Durant. We have KD. Let me make sure. 21, 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14. I have Kevin Durant ranked at 14. 14. Hopefully I don't go into too much detail about where KD is, but 15-time All-Star, 11-time All-NBA, 4-time scoring champion, 2 championships, 2 Finals MVPs, 1 regular season MVP. The beginning of the 2010s was his and LeBron's, back and forth. KD, in his 3rd year, not only led the league in scoring, but was 2nd in MVP race. That is grossly overlooked in Kevin Durant's career. How quick KD came into the NBA and was an immediate impact player at the highest degree. Very impressive. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 years. 9 out of the first 10 years. KD was unequivocally a top 5 player in the NBA. Unequivocally. I don't give a damn what these MVP says. In 2016, he finished in 9th in the MVP race. Don't give a damn. I was there. I know Kevin Durant was not 9th in the MVP race. I don't need that to show me anything. I was there. An elite level scorer. Some would argue the greatest scorer of all time. Grossly underrated defender, especially at his absolute best. Excellent rim protector and roamer. Amazing athlete early on in his career as well. That's how we translated to a year in which he got to the free throw line 10 times, not once, but twice. Kevin Durant, someone who is synonymous with jump shot shooting, led the league in free throw attempts not once, but twice. Not once, but twice. Twice. Only knock that many of you all know I have. Also, 50-40 club, hyper efficient. Y'all know this. Only 2 knocks that I have by Kevin Durant, and y'all know this already. How much was that impact able to translate over to the postseason? Saw a little bit more defensive schemes, a little bit more physical. Didn't really carry over as much. And then obviously the passing. The playmaking was there, but being able to capitalize off that playmaking with your passing, I don't think that Kevin Durant was able to do that with the best of them. A lot of players I have ahead of him, but it's really hard to knock KD. The other thing I will say about KD that some people will say I'm a bit hypocritical is because, like, look how long he's able to sustain his excellence, how deep into his career he's still been able to play at a certain level. Years like 21, 22, 23, for me, do not count as years that I am keeping count of, because these are years where he's barely playing. 24 and last year, I can see some arguments, but brother, if you're playing 47 games, 55 games, I'm just not. For me, I'm not sitting here counting that as you being able to sustain your impact. You're just not. If you're not available to play, you're not sustaining a certain level of impact. 55 games. No, 55 games in 82. No, that's not. Sorry, dog. It's just not. But Kevin Durant has had excellent series. He's had big time moments. And if you put him around the right set of players, a lot of his impact will consistently carry over into the postseason, especially with the passing and playmakers and floor spaces you keep around him. A lot of that will translate over. And then the last player I have in this section, and many of you all have already kind of highlighted it, but I'll make sure we outline it, is Jerry West. Jerry West. The logo, dog. Jerry West. 14-time All-Star, 12-time All-NBA, 5-time All-Defense, won a championship in 1972, Finals MVP as well in 1969, though on a losing effort, but still Finals MVP. And overall, like I said earlier with Oscar Robertson and even Elgin Baylor to an extent, back then, if you had a jump shot offensively, you were significantly greater than a lot of other players at that point in time, because, of course, players like Wilt Chamberlain, Bill Russell, Nate Thurman, they were dictating a lot. Bob Pettit, they were dictating a lot of things that were happening on the defensive side of the floor. If you were able to supersede that with your jump shot, you would be fine. And Jerry West was the best jump shot shooter back in the day. Had a ratchet on him. And as a guard, having high 40s, 1 year 50% clip, and just overall being able to sustain this degree of excellence from regular season to post. In the regular season, shot 47% from the field, 27 points per game. Out of his best years, from 62 to 72, converting 48% of his shots, 29% from the field. And then you go to the playoffs from 62 to 72. A lot of that is still there, 47% still from the field. And again, be very mindful that a lot of these series, they're either against Bob Pettit or Bill Russell, and he's still able to hold it. He's still able to sustain it. And I will say this to Jerry West, some of the games that I have seen of the old Lakers games, when Jerry West was off of the floor, the offense went to shit. It was not the same offense. When he was off the floor, that the level of impact that was seen on the floor went to shit. It went to shit. It was not the same offense. When he was on the floor, bro, they were keeping up with the Boston Celtics. This one game I watched, it was like a game 6 or 7 against the Celtics. They're keeping up, if not beating the Boston Celtics when he's on the floor. He comes off the floor, and it's like, I can't remember what the guard name was. Was it 66? No. There's a year where They lose to them in it might be this year, 63. And I think it's game 6. This nigga, Dick Barnett. They took out Jerry. I watched this game recently. Matter of fact, if you think I'm lying, history, niggas gonna kill me for my history. I already know it. They gonna kill me for my history. I don't give a fuck though. Shout out to Shannon Sharp. I don't know if he paid that off. Hey, I don't know if Shannon paid that off. I don't know if he did, but you know, something got dropped. All right, look at me watching. Ayo, I watched this Kevin Johnson game. This 46 points. This Kevin Johnson game, that game right there, bro, I have never seen Kenny Smith in that many highlights in my entire life. That nigga was dropping off Kenny Smith left and right. That shit was atrocious. He was genuinely dropping this nigga off. I was like, God damn, that's Kenny again? Damn! Oh my God! He is dropping the fuck off of Kenny, bro. But there it is right under that. 1963. So I was watching the game, bro. Bro, they're beating the Celtics. They're beating the Celtics in the first quarter. They're beating the Celtics in the first quarter. They sub out Jerry West for 4 minutes to give this nigga a breather. Dick Barnett comes into the game. This nigga sucks. This nigga is terrible. I was like, God damn. And Elgin really he can't do much. I'm like, how is it's that bad when he gets off the floor? Also, Rudy LaRusso was fucking hooping. Like, he's just making bullshit shots. But that nigga Dick Barnett stepped on the floor, the offense went to shit. And that happened in a couple other games I was watching as well. So a nigga bro, y'all think I'm lying about this Kenny shit? I don't give a fuck about the YouTube stream. Yo, this nigga Kenny, that's Kenny not putting his hands up. Put your hands up, nigga. Look at him. This nigga, he getting by Kenny. Hey, nigga, Kenny, do something. What are you doing, my nigga? He got him on the ISO. Hey, bro, this is atrocious. Oh no, there's one play when they're on the other side of the floor. Get right by Kenny Lay. Oh my word. This side of the floor, bro, he start doing vicious shit to Kenny. Pull up 3, bang. Kenny, we ISO and you go under the screen. Hezzy, oh my word. Kenny, stop! No, Kenny! Get the ball. Got Kenny again on the ISO. Oh my goodness. That nigga Kenny couldn't do a damn. I was like, God damn, bro. Damn, my nigga. Oh my word, bro. I was floored. I was like, bro, this nigga is knocking this nigga, bro. Anyway, I'll let nonchalant after this section because I'm done with this section. So, long story short, Jerry West, the reason why I have him over really both KD and Oscar, sustained his impacts a little bit better than them in the postseason. At a point in time when guards really weren't shooting that well from behind, really from the field, had a jump shot. And at that point in time in NBA history, having a jump shot or having a team that had the ability to shoot the ball, back then, that was extremely valuable. Like extremely valuable. So, that right there is the biggest reason why I got to the free throw line. Plenty as well. Led the league in free throw shooting. Led the league one time in scoring. 31 points while shooting 50% from the field as a guard. Extremely impressive. Led the league in assists as well 1 year. So, yeah, like these are all very impressive. And then going to postseason, again, you're holding a lot of this. And for the most part, you're matching up against either Bob Pettit or Bill Russell. So that's very impressive in my eyes. So that's basically what you got. Someone saying Jerry West is that high. Yeah, no, it's not. Someone saying Jerry West over KD. So let me explain this again. Right now, the 21 names that we have: Karl Malone, Elgin Baylor, Julius Irving, Giannis, Jokic, Garnett. That is the first section. That section to me is so close. I don't care where you want to place some of these other players. I don't care. If you want Malone over Garnett, that's fine. If you want Giannis over Jokic, that's fine. I don't really care. These names are too close. Their level of impact is so close. It doesn't matter to me. And in particular, both Jokic and Giannis, I do believe are like 2 to 3 regular seasons and another good postseason run or two from putting themselves in the next section. They just need to play a little bit more years. But again, Karl Malone 21, Elgin Baylor 20, Julius Irvin 19, Giannis 18, Jokic 17. Wait, yeah, Garnett 16. Malone, Baylor, Dr. J, Giannis, Jokic, Garnett. After that, we have Oscar Robertson, Kevin Durant, and Jerry West in the next section. Those players, I do not care about where you want to place them. If you think that Durant is over West, that's fine. If you think Oscar Robertson is over West, I don't really care. These names are too close in this section as well. So Oscar, Durant, Jerry West. That's fine. That's fine to me. Before we go to the next section, I'm gonna read the power chats and then also in some of the donos on YouTube, and then we're gonna get into what you call it. Rod, what's that? Rod, yeah. Rod with a $2 said, "Big HIV over KD. You're an unserious nigga." Okay. Open Corner said, "Someone said Kawhi over Malone all time. Who gonna tell him, Lo?" Kawhi. The problem with Kawhi is, again, he just wasn't able to sustain it long enough. So I kind of I agree with that actually. Tough. Over to the power chats over on YouTube. How you feel about Bill Russell being top 5? I don't. If you have him there, that's fine. I think there's a argument, but we haven't got to that point yet. Jordo Deji says, "Can you push the trend to assessing basketball history separately from pre?" Oh my gosh, I'm dumb. Can you push the trend to assess basketball history separately pre/post the ABA merger? And then also you got the 3-point line as well. Basketball is much different without a 3-point line, and hoop talent was split between the ABA and NBA. I take all that in consideration when I'm assessing the 70s anyway, just to be honest with you. And on top of that, the reason why I don't really care too much about that, because even when the 3-point line was introduced, it's not as if like we immediately start playing basketball differently. Like it's not as if like the 3-point line was there and niggas was only taking like as a team 3 threes. Like that didn't really change anything. People were not strategizing around the 3-point line, so I don't really care that much about it. I just take it into consideration, which actually then brings me to another criteria of mine, just in case you're wondering. I personally, as much research that I do up on basketball, bro, it is really hard for me to do this thing where I am just canceling out eras because there's so many rules that are happening in the era in which you play in. So because eras change so much and rules change and playing styles and coaching changes so much from one era to the next, my criteria more or less is really just relative. How great were you for the time period that you played in relative to the rules that were set in place? That's how I kind of look at it. I may here and there do an air tax, but for the most part, it really does specifically hones in on where you played, when you played, the rules in which you played with, and how you were able to take advantage of those rules one way or not. Relative is unfair to the current players, though. How? I'm not saying it isn't, but how? I think relative is kind of unfair to the 2000s players, to be honest with you.
Uh, Hello.
Yo.
What I mean by is unfair to current players. I'm saying as the league and the talent gets better as a whole, um, it's going to be harder to like assert a level of dominance over a better league. So I'm saying like it's easier for Michael Jordan or Larry Bird or Jerry West or Oscar Robertson to stand out in their relative league because they're so much better. And whereas as we progress in the league is more talented and talented, people being relative to era is going to be more unfair to current players.
True. I don't. It sounds like somebody's like fan is on. I don't know what the hell's going on. Also, your mic was kind of going in and out, but I think I heard what you're saying. Um, that's fair, but I guess the counter would be there's also more advantages in today's game as well, and I also believe, especially for like guards, um, the league is more predicated on you being able to dictate the best player to be able to dictate everything that happens, especially offensively, than it was back in the day. Like back in the day, there was a lot of like positional basketball. Back in the day, there were a lot of limits and restrictions that a certain player may or may not have due to like the ideology and the belief of how basketball should have been played. Even though yes, there are the talent pool is certainly deeper now. I think the way that we assess talent makes it easier for the best players to still stand out damn near just as much as they used to back in the day, especially like in the 60s and not 60s, excuse me, the 90s and 80s that you were kind of referencing. But I did take some of it. I understand what you're saying. I think, in my personal opinion, I think the 2000s, that's the era that probably struggles with the most. But I
Yeah,
hear what you're
because
saying.
there's a Dirk, there's a KG, there's a Kobe, there's a Duncan, there's a Shaq. Then later on, there's a Wade and LeBron running around. So then it's like,
But I
oh
would take,
well,
I
certain
would take
players
the,
aren't standing out as much in this era.
but
But it's like, yeah, it's because they're playing like with other top 10, 15 players.
I would take that into consideration when assessing how much one can stand out more than the other, if that makes sense. Like if even though yes, it is you're standing out in terms of, um, like being able to make an All NBA team as a center in the '90s, just because you didn't make it doesn't mean that you're not as good as an All NBA center in the
I
2010s.
agree.
You know what I'm saying? Like that, and I just take that into consideration. So there's certain things that I do take into consideration, such as that. Um, but I think some of the I think that problem doesn't really occur until like this next subsection of players. Just to be honest with you, because I ain't gonna lie, chat. I'm gonna be honest with you, just a quick little snippet, nigga. That those MVP races in the '80s, I'm not really buying it. I'm gonna be honest with you, niggas. It is early '80s. It is. It really don't get steep until Jordan arrives. In the early '80s, it's basically, especially because Dr. J got older and Kareem got older. It's like 1 or 2 or maybe 3 years of Moses, but it's basically just Magic and Kareem. I mean, Magic and Bird. That is it. It's Magic and Bird. Like Bernard King and Dominique Wilkins are like finishing top 3 to 5 in the MVP race. Like those niggas, even in their best year, may see a year or two doing so. Sidney Moncrief, Isaiah Thomas, none of those would be able to like. They wouldn't even be sniffing an MVP race back in the 2000s. The only outlier player I remember seeing in MVP races in the 2000s was Jermaine O'Neal 1 year and Chauncey Billups another year. That is it. But there's years where like Bernard King is like finishing top 5 2 or 3 times, and then Dominique is finishing top 5 2 or 3 times, and I'm like, bro, like them niggas just wouldn't be able to do it. They just wouldn't.
Low.
Yo,
I heard you was calling me out, Low. What's up?
that's why I heard you were calling me out.
Who'd you hear that from?
The whole chat.
The folks in answer room?
Oh shit! Oh chat. Now did y'all lie?
No, they didn't lie. I would
Okay,
say calling out.
so why you?
I just
so why
disagree
you?
with you on
But this is what I heard. This is what I heard, and please correct me if I'm wrong.
Nah,
Please
go
correct
ahead,
me if I'm wrong.
Go ahead.
Like even right now, this energy that you keeping, like no, I just kind of disagree with you.
No, you're not.
That's not.
But
But no. That's what I heard. I heard it was a whole bunch of more energy towards it.
Cause Lo, you was saying.
But am I wrong? No, wait, no. Am I wrong?
No, cause gang, you were saying some dumb shit though.
Okay, so where? What is it though?
Do you remember the TikTok live you did with what's that nigga's name? LeBron's burner or some shit like that?
I guess so.
You was making a Kobe top 3 argument.
Yeah, I wasn't. That's
I
real talk. Yeah, that's real talk's argument. He was the brother said that there's no explanation for Kobe to be top 3, and I disagree because I've heard a good explanation on why Kobe should be top 3, and real talk provided that because he has Kobe top 3, and so then I brought that to his attention. He effectively disagreed. He's like, oh yeah, I guess you could be right.
Yeah, I think he was wrong to disagree though. I do think there's an argument for Kobe to be top 3. I just think the argument we were making was flawed. Again, the argument you were making was flawed.
Oh well, that's not. I don't agree with the argument. I just
because you were saying
I understand the argument.
You were saying that you could ask Kobe to do everything on a basketball court, or practically everything on a basketball court.
Mm-hmm.
Do you genuinely believe that?
More
because on offense, I would agree, but on defense, I just disagree.
More or less, yes. Like I don't think I could ask Kobe to go play post defense, but yeah, more or less, I agree.
Do you think that someone like Kevin Garnett fits into that description more than Kobe?
I think KG has more limitations offensively than a lot of people provide, but in theory, sure.
Because I don't think that argument fits Kobe. I think that's more the LeBron, Kevin Garnett to like an extreme lesser degree of Tatum. Like the more. No. Look, listen. I'll explain it. What I'm saying is, I don't think you could ask Kobe to anchor a defense like at all. I think he can be a part of a defense and make a defense elite, but I don't think you could ask him to be the best defender on the team and have that be a positive defense.
A positive?
You think
a positive defense?
Let me correct. Tatum is anchoring the defense in Boston
within the playoffs in 24. Who was anchoring the defense in 24? Al Horford.
Nigga, do you wait?
The corpse of Al Horford. Let me correct from positive to championship. Yeah, because positive that was just disrespectful.
That's disrespectful.
I'm saying like a championship level defense. You see what I'm saying?
In 08, were the Lakers a championship caliber defense?
I would presume.
Gotcha.
Where were they rated defensively?
Fifth. It's on the screen right now.
Fifth. Gotcha.
Let me see the roster.
Who was the best defender on that team?
You tell me who the best defender on this team was.
Shit. Hopes, dreams, and prayers. The way I'm looking at this shit.
Looks like Kobe was. Okay.
But I think their offense is what led them to a championship, not their defense.
But that's not, and that can be a fine assessment to make. The question was, could Kobe? You present it as if like Kobe could never anchor a championship caliber defense.
You think he was the anchor of this defense?
And now I'm asking you, if it wasn't Kobe, then who?
Hopes, dreams, and prayers. Like I said,
it got to be someone. It has to be someone. Someone said Trevor. Some
I'm gonna
said
pick that. No. It's not no fucking Trevor Ariza. I'm gonna pick the cop out answer. It's the scheme, Lo. It's the scheme. You know what I'm saying? It's the scheme.
Just in case y'all want to know,
what I'm saying is
Trevor Ariza played 24 games. Bynum played 35 games. Powell only got there for the last 27 games of the season.
What was their defense ranked in the playoffs?
I'll go check before we do that. This team was the 5th ranked defense, where most of the season is spent with Derek Fisher at the point, Kobe at the 2, at the 3, it's either Luke Walton.
Wait, hold on. It was 8th in the playoffs?
I'll get that. Luke Walton or Vladimir Radmanovic, and then at the other 4, it's Odom, and then you got Kwame Brown and Ronnie Turoff giving you 5 minutes. Be fucking for real.
Well, it was the 8th ranked defense in the playoffs.
So now let's go. Do you know this for certain? Did you look at how many games, or you just presenting this to me?
No. Someone said it in the chat. I'm asking you. That was a question.
Okay.
Because I don't know.
Okay, let's look to see.
I mean, but you're going to take into that into consideration more than the 82 game sample size.
I mean, when we talking about winning the championship, they were the 8th ranked defense.
So they
But
were
I
the
also, I
so
still
no,
don't, I don't
I
think
just
8th is bad. To be
no
clear,
wait let's clear it up now. 8th ranked defense. Two of the teams ahead of them. One is the Phoenix Suns, where they only played 5 games.
National elite defender.
And then the Houston Rockets, who only played 6 games. They got eliminated in the first round. The gap between the Lakers defense and the Pistons defense, because I think the Pistons made it to the conference finals that year,
Man,
is a difference is like
ass.
2 is a difference of what, 2.4?
I don't like it when you do that. Like the difference is the difference, regardless of the ball. Yeah, pause. The difference is the difference, regardless of the gap between it. Even if it's 0.1,
and that's fair. So let's see who they matched up against in the playoffs to get them to the 0.7, because this is what we really should do. They matched up against the 11th ranked offense in the Denver Nuggets. They matched up against the first offense. Oh wow, against the Utah Jazz.
You can move on. I'm not moved by that, but
oh, so you don't. So let's be clear. You don't like it when I show the separation, but when I went for the separation from 3 to 5. No.
You misunderstanding what I'm saying. I'm saying we can move on from the Utah Jazz because I don't respect that bum ass team. I'm saying we can move on from the Deron Williams, Carlos Boozer led offense. I'm not taking that shit serious. I'm saying that that's all I'm saying.
The point I'm making though is that your defense in the playoffs, since it's so matchup dependent, in the sample size is small, you would have to go off of who they're going up against. If I'm matching up against the top 5 to 10 offenses in the NBA, and my defense isn't that far removed from yours, that means I still have a better defense than you, because the fact that my defense is able to hold it relative to your defense, and I'm matching up against better offensive teams, that goes into consideration.
Yeah, I agree.
And the San Antonio Spurs, 15th ranked offense, and then the Boston Celtics, 10th ranked offense. So now let's go into the series against the Jazz. The Jazz had an offensive rating of nearly 114. To sit there in the poo-poo, a 114 offensive rating in 2008 is fucking ridiculous as a sidebar.
Well, you must be forgetting. You must be forgetting I'm a Nets fan. You think I fuck with Deron Williams
and
like
that? I'm being as unbiased as I can be. To have that is a 6.3 plus 6.3 above league average that year. Nigga, be fucking serious. And in that series, they didn't really hold. They had the same offensive rating. They just had such a better offense. So there you go.
But see, that's what I'm saying. Like,
I'm personally I'm not gonna do what you're doing, saying forget XYZ. I'm not gonna do that. I'm
okay,
not.
Here we go. Low being facetious.
I'm going to. No, I'm just not being facetious. I'm being serious. I'm actually going to go into detail to see what they did against these teams.
Yeah, no. But what I'm saying is, was the defense the thing that was holding this team to the championship level that they were, or the finals level? You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's what you're saying.
Championship caliber team, or was it the offense? It was the offense, correct?
If you want to say that, sure. They held.
It's really just Kobe being the offense. And a bunch of play finishers, and Powell as well, and then a bunch of play finishers.
The Denver Nuggets dropped
Lamar
from
as well. But we move.
The Denver Nuggets went from a 110 to a 104 offensive rating, and the Spurs went from a 107 to a 98. Jesus Christ!
That's another thing you was talking about that I disagree with.
Oh fuck!
I ain't gonna lie, though. You be hitting. Yeah.
God damn.
That offense was spooky when Tony Parker was running it, but we move.
Spooky in a bad way? I don't know. I don't know. I know you would have to explain to me. You had to explain to me who was anchoring this defense to get them top 5.
We can just say Kobe. That's fine.
Okay, so
but my point is that you don't think KG could have anchored a championship level offense while anchoring like a historic level defense?
Do I think so? A championship offense, meaning they would be like a top 3 offensive team, and KG's the best offensive player?
No, let's say to the same level as this defense. So what was their defense in the playoffs? 5th to 8th because 8th in the playoffs.
Oh wait, 8th in the playoffs, but 2 of the teams above them only played one series,
Yeah,
and
that's
one
fair.
of
That's fair.
them,
So 5th to a
yeah,
to a top 5 level. If
yeah,
you
just say
build
top
around him
5, yeah.
properly, you
And
don't
you
think
and
he can do
he
that?
will be the best offensive player in the top 5 offense.
Yeah, I'm probably also just flat out higher on KG's offense
Yeah,
than you are.
I was
Also,
maybe
this
for a year or two, but I don't really know. But I want to be clear. If that's your argument for KG, especially the versatility, I may not agree with it, but I understand what you're saying. The point that I was pointing out to the dude on TikTok wasn't that I necessarily agree with him, agreed with what Real Talk is saying. I just
Right.
understand it. I think that it's a logical conclusion to come to. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, that
also I
was.
don't know how you took like
Mhm.
you turned the do everything on the court to anchoring stuff. Like
Because
that's that's
to
not my
me,
point.
no, okay. No. I understand that. To
Okay.
me, when I look at doing everything on the court, I think anchoring a defense is one of the most valuable things you can do. So to me, I understand for you because I watched you Real Talk and I remember you specifically bringing up this argument too low on Open Gym. To
Damn,
me,
you a fan.
yeah, I am. I'm not going. You know what I'm saying? I'm not one of them niggas. I'm a fan. I'm a fan of y'all. To me,
That was such a dickhead thing for me to say.
Yeah,
we know how you get, love. We know how you get.
Yeah,
No
I
Diddy.
know. Oh yeah, pause. Yeah, pause.
But to me, it's just you can be very versatile, but there's still levels to the things that you need to do. You see what I'm saying? Like you
Yeah, but I think
being
like the
Mhm.
my point was that the 3 players that I have in that category, obviously their accumulation of skill and talent and versatility leads to winning. I
Do
mean,
you
it's
think
not
Braun
like
is
I'm
clearly
just like
one?
saying, "Oh, they're doing all this shit," and then there's no results to back up
Right,
the
right. And I understand what you're saying. Do you think Braun is clearly one?
best player.
I'm saying within that argument. Like if you want to ask someone to do everything on a basketball court, or practically everything on a basketball court, wouldn't LeBron be one? Like clearly one as well?
Um,
Because I
Hmm.
don't really. My main whole gripe with this was that I don't think Kobe and MJ. If that's how if you're looking at it through that lens, Kobe and MJ are just not in the same tier of that compared to like LeBron.
Mm.
I mean, I would probably disagree. I don't think it's a clearing. I do think he's probably the most versatile. I don't think it's a clearing.
Can I ask why
I
not?
do think both Mike and Kobe are probably not probably for especially during their prime better off ball players. I also think something that isn't brought up for players like I can't I'll throw Mike in there too with Kobe is that when new teammates are acquired
Mm-hmm.
by let's say like Kobe
Right.
and Mike, they
Right.
get to come to their team and play how they like to play. That's another like version of malleability I don't think it's talked about enough. Kobe did not ask Pau Gasol to go sit in the corner and like shoot threes
Right.
or limit his post up touches, or like stuff to that degree where I think LeBron kind of does that to certain teammates to an extent. I don't think that LeBron probably would enjoy playing with 2 bigs that are constantly in the paint, like a Bynum or a Powell. I don't think he would enjoy that.
Right.
So that's another part of it. But
Okay.
there's brother said Dwight and McGee.
Be
Sure, but that
fucking
was
for real.
later on in
No,
his
stop. Be
career.
fucking for real. JaVale McGee and Dwight were not spending no significant time on the floor.
Bro, respect McGee. What you doing?
Please stop.
That's an NBA
They
legend
play,
right there.
and they play important roles.
Bro,
They
what
played
you
important
mean?
roles, but minor roles.
Bro, what you mean? You ain't see him
Please
dunking
don't.
2 rims? Come on, Lo. That's
So
a
is
legend.
that the only gripe that you have though? Because
No.
I heard I
There's
heard there was a lot of smoke,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
I don't
Okay.
really hear that energy right
This
now.
this one was the one that like bothered me a little bit more.
Okay. Let's hear it.
You were
Tell me to do
you
it.
were I don't know, when you were talking to this nigga, you were just saying shit that like I've never heard you say before. I'm like, whoa, Lo, you believe this? Like, why are you
I
under?
might not believe. I'm trying to
But
figure out where he was
that's
coming
why
from.
we're here to ask. You know what I'm saying? That's why we're here to have this convo. Why are you so low on KG's defense? Because within that conversation with him, you were like, it felt to me like you were very much so undermining Kevin Garnett's defense.
No, what I was arguing because we were comparing it to Duncan at that time, and like I just said now about the relative standpoint, at that point in time in NBA history, being the versatile defender wasn't as valuable as just being a flat out rim protector,
Can
like
you give
being
me
the
the
roamer
years
and
in which you're
switcher
speaking of?
from what 99 to 2007.
Oh, so you're stopping it at 7?
That's majority. I would assume that's most of their careers in 2008, 9, 10, 2008 to 2012. It became more valuable. But at the peak of their powers, the best iteration defensively, who they were, that was not being an elite roamer and versatile and switchable defender.
Mm-hmm.
That was not the premium. And that wasn't
Okay.
even asked of them to do that often. Even though Garnett could do it better than any other forward at that point in time, that's not even how he was being utilized that often.
So in the 0-2 series with the
Against
Wolves versus the Kings, he wasn't being asked to like hedge on pick and rolls and things like that when Mike Bibby was handling the ball.
in 02, yes, but then against the series, what series that against Dirk? Was that 01 or 2003?
I believe that was 0-3. Did they
Okay,
win or
so
lose?
obviously they lost.
So then it's 0-1 because in 0-3 he lost to y'all.
Yeah, and well, yeah, whatever series that is against Dirk, like the nigga, like he wasn't stepping out deep enough or following Dirk on like floppies and pin downs as much as because a lot of times they would just ask wings to do that. So he wasn't even doing that often at that point in time. So did he hedge a little bit here and there? Sure. Especially depending on the matchup, sure. But like he wasn't doing that consistently. At that point in time in NBA
Right.
history, like even with the most perimeter oriented teams, bro, still like 70% of the offense was still funneling through the inside.
But I think by the time we get to like 0-5 and even certain niggas from like 0-3, I think the guard play becomes more prominent as there's more guards coming through. Like when we see Duncan go against Kobe, and this nigga Kobe's absolutely baking his shit because he's not stepping up on pick and rolls the way you would like him to. And so Kobe's just, well, also D-Rob was just getting fucking fried in that series in 0-3. But that's besides the point. Like when you have these drop bigs to like soft hedge bigs who are then going up against the Nash, the Kobe's, to a lesser degree, the Gilbert Arenas, you know what I'm saying? I feel like it's more valuable to have a KG. I just feel like you were
Yeah,
undermining the
but
value a little bit.
that's matchup dependent. But like again, majority of the offense is still going
But
through
isn't
the
majority of
inside.
things in the playoffs matchup dependent
It wasn't. I
regardless?
wasn't even saying about the playoffs because Kevin Garnett is the sample size for him in the playoffs is very small until he gets to Boston anyway. So most of KG's appearances in postseason play is like 1 or 2 rounds. It's not even that substantial to even make an argument. I'm talking about at the league at large. Majority offense is going inside. And so even I'm not saying that he couldn't like against Kobe, yes, Garnett would be against an offense that is catered to a lot of ball handling and switching or ball handling and coming off screens, like a Kobe, like a Nash, yes, Garnett would be more valuable. But those offenses were not as prominent as they are right now, like back in the 2000s.
But how well were the post offenses doing in the 2000s? That's your question. I genuinely don't know.
Well,
I
I
haven't
don't.
looked at the stats.
I guess it just depends, but I know for a fact they were doing significantly worse. KG in many regards was not even. KG wasn't even really asked to defend in the post.
Yeah, because he wasn't big enough for that.
Yeah,
Weight
but
wise.
that's kind of the problem is that like he wasn't big enough to kind of handle a lot of the matchups at that point in time in the post, and a lot of times when he tried to, the nigga would get fried.
So then my overall question would be, do you factor in, and I have to be careful not to say the things I usually say in answering because I'll be wild. Do you factor in a coach's stupidity to how players are being used?
I mean, unfortunately, yes, because hypothetically speaking, let's say Curry, because by this logic, then Steve Nash should be like significantly higher, because Steve Nash had all the tools to be a volume scorer, but due to the logic and ideology at that point in time, he just didn't shoot as much. So technically speaking, Curry could be this off-ball wizardry and like magician, but if what's his name? Who's a black coach before Steve Kerr? Mark Jackson. If Mark Jackson stayed the head coach and we never got this iteration of Curry, it's really hard for me to assess and give that value to him until he actually shows it. He could have all the skill set in the world to potentially do it, but if he doesn't actually show it, then it's hard for me to then like measure the value if he's not actually presenting it to me. And so, yes, a lot of things that happened back in the day, like it just wasn't as valuable. And a lot of things in terms of Garnett and the things in which he did, even if he did it more frequently, it just still wouldn't be as valuable as being a rim protector and post defender that Duncan was.
I see what you're saying, but like once we get to 08, and a coach, which Doc Rivers being the coach is crazy, but a coach,
it's Thibodeau.
It's Thibodeau.
The defense was
when
Thibodeau.
A coach is allowing him to be, utilized with all of his extent of abilities defensively, and we see it perform to historic levels of a defense, would you not then contextualize that for the earlier parts of his career?
Yeah,
and
I'm not
say
saying
that this is clearly his value, even though his coaches were being very stupid earlier beforehand.
I'm not saying that it's not his ability to do it, but then that would be almost like me extrapolating Curry's like evolution as a ball handler to what he potentially could have done post 2016. Like in theory, I think that even if Durant doesn't come to the team, Curry still would have became a better ball handler because that's just a part of his game that he needed to develop. But like until I actually see it, it's really hard for me to then hope that and believe that it's going to translate for this extended period of time. Also, Garnett getting hurt in 2009 and just never being the same player again kind of hurts him as well. Because if like hypothetically speaking, because realistically speaking, they really could have went on a run. They could have won 3 in a row if Garnett didn't get hurt.
Right.
Realistically speaking, like they probably genuinely could have.
But I still think he had immense value post injury.
I'm not saying he didn't. I'm just saying that value post like his injury in 2009 obviously can't be seen in the postseason because he didn't play. And then in 2010, it was still there, but he just was not moving the same. He just wasn't.
Right.
That nigga just wasn't the same player. And then especially like after.
Please don't bring up the Nets. Please don't bring up the Nets.
No, I was about to say from 2012 onward. 2012 was the last year for me in terms of this value that you're providing. But at the end of the day,
wait. To what level?
What do you mean?
Like 2012 is the last year of what level of defensive value?
Like that I can either 2012 or 2013 is one of those 2 years where like I'm willing to be very lenient with KG to still provide it. That like he's in a situation to where he's maximizing a lot of that value.
Because I want to say even in his last year in like 16.
Oh
no. I'm just saying like when he was with Cat on the court.
Bro,
they were like a top 5 defense, man.
Bro, you're dragging it.
Not too much.
You're dragging it, nigga. The 38. All right, you got it. Nah, you got it. The playing less than 15 minutes.
Let me get my troll up, bro. Let me get my
troll
up.
You got it.
Let me get my little troll up.
You got it.
I'm not gonna lie though, Lo. You definitely let niggas in Answering just gas up the issues I had with you. You were just saying very like things that I just completely disagree with.
Okay, and that's fine. It's not like as if like I don't understand the
Who
idea.
is typing this hard? This shit is hurting my ear.
I'm not saying I don't. I'm not saying I don't. I'm not saying that I don't agree with the value of having someone as versatile as Garnett, floating, roaming, switching, hedging, being more perimeter oriented. I'm not saying I don't understand that value.
When did Garnett get the rim protector for him to even be able to be maximized within the role, even within the early 2000s defensively?
I could argue the same for Duncan, dog.
I agree because Bruce Bowen was spooky.
After like 2002, David Robinson is fucking fried. He is done.
Yeah, but we all understand that Tim Duncan is the rim protector.
Okay, but I'm just saying like after that it's like Tim Duncan has like way more. Let me ask you this: is it more important, regardless of the series, to slow down Kobe or Shaq?
I would say to slow down both. But if you have to make me pick one, or just slow,
God,
no,
this
but
nigga,
listen.
bro.
All right,
bro.
let me troll a little bit, bro. No. If you want me to be serious, though, you want me to be serious?
Yes.
I would say it's more important.
All right, you got it, dog.
It's more important to slow down. Wait. You talking about like peak
Oh,
Shaq?
you got it, dog.
No,
you got it, my nigga.
No, because
you got it, dog.
No,
you got it. You got it.
Stop.
You got it.
By the time we get to 03,
peak Shaq, in contrast to any version, the peak.
Well, I'm saying peak Shaq is duh, but I'm saying by the time we get to 03, I'm not like,
this is the point I'm making. If peak Shaq and peak Kobe on the same team, or peak Shaq and peak Nash on the same team, or peak Shaq and peak Wade on the same team, what do you think is more valuable? To slow down peak Shaq
within the 2000s, correct?
Yes.
Than Shaq. What?
And okay, that's a point. That even when Kobe was on the team, and Garnett was more ideal to kind of help him out on switches and not like sagging too much on drop coverage and potentially hedging a little higher than Duncan would have been, which are all things that are true. The truth of the matter is, it still would have been more valuable to just stop paint presence. Like,
do you think Duncan is a better ceiling raiser than KG defensively?
There's a lot of
what?
Yeah, there's a lot.
Because I think Duncan is just clearly the better floor raiser, and I think that's where his value's at. Similar but better, like a Rudy Gobert. Like when you're just a primary rim protector, your value
man, I don't know, dog.
You think he was a better ceiling raiser, Lo? There's no way you think he was a better ceiling raiser, twin. There's no way. Because if you give KG the perimeter defender and then a rim protector, and then you have him just blowing up every fucking action imaginable.
What rim protector?
And are we talking about what years? We're going peaks?
What year?
Are we going peaks?
No. What year San Antonio are you talking about that would be ideal for the situation you're talking about?
No year. I'm saying they both didn't have ideal circumstances. Yeah, we both agree on that.
Okay.
Yeah. What I'm saying is to build the roster around them.
So if you think, how about this? Do I think that if you gave Duncan a roamer at the power forward position to a similar extent that is as good as like Kendrick Perkins as a rim protector or as a backline help?
Holy shit, Kendrick Perkins, fuck.
What about?
I'm not gonna lie, you might as well not have that.
I'm not gonna lie, dog. I ain't gonna lie. Not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie to you, my nigga.
I'm not gonna lie, Lo. Saying Kendrick Perkins, like we ain't see that.
No. I'm
down.
that's the nigga that was at the 5. I'm just saying the nigga that was playing the 5.
Oh,
this is the last thing because we gotta get back to the list.
Yeah, that's fine.
I'ma just say, even if I give it to Garnett, it's closer than what you believe.
Well, you don't know what I believe. I think it's close. I just think KG's a better ceiling raiser. But which one do you value? Ceiling raising or floor raising defensively?
Ceiling raising, yeah.
So then why don't you think KG's a better defender?
But I think at that time, again,
I'm saying for that time. Yeah, I'm saying for that time.
No.
Do you think it's floor raising?
It is no. It is Duncan is a better floor and ceiling raiser for that point of time in NBA history.
For the 2000s.
Unless you are specifically highlighting 2007 and onwards, bro, for majority of the 2000s. But I think
that's when KG got the team.
It doesn't.
Like, my nigga, are you moved by Wally Zerbiak defensively? Nigga, I'm just saying, what I'm saying is, when we talking about the Timberwolves, KG.
What were the Spurs were like? I mean, they were like what, -8 that year?
You talking about what year?
-8, almost not 08. So they're -8.6. Are the Spurs like nowhere near close to that ever?
No, they are. They're like a minus. I think they're a -8 as well, if I'm not mistaken.
They're probably
in like 07, right?
Yeah, they're a minus.
04.
Bro, we got to wait, bro. Wait, that's it. We're done, my nigga.
Minus.
So you tell me now, nigga. You tell me now.
So
No. You tell me now.
Here go low.
No. Because this is what you know. Stop. This is your argument. You tell me now, nigga. You tell me now.
Let me see the playoffs though.
Oh my word!
hey, nigga, I'm gonna find the angle. Don't worry about it.
In 2004,
bro, what's the playoff defense?
Wait,
bro?
Stop, my nigga. It's
Rusho,
nigga. Stop. The nigga playing with.
No, stop. You see Bruce Bowen. Don't be disgusting. You see Bruce Bowen. You talking about Rasho Nestarovich? Like nigga, be for real. You see Bruce Bowen right there.
And who else, nigga? Who else?
Manu Ginobili.
You see?
Be fucking serious.
Manu.
No.
Do not do Manu.
Gotta be. You niggas gotta be serious.
That's not even peak. That's not even his peak.
You see them, low?
Who? I'm asking.
Robert Horry.
Wait, stop.
Robert Horry, low.
Robert Horry.
Robert Horry's a good defender. Why are you saying Robert Horry?
Nigga, 33-year-old Robert Horry.
That's what I'm talking about. See, I be lie to you.
Oh no.
That's the problem.
Who had a better supporting cast? Kevin Garnett in 08 or the 04 Spurs?
You want me to be honest?
I swear, nigga, I dare you to lie to me, my nigga.
Hey, look,
no. On some real shit. I dare you to lie to me right now. I dare you to lie to me.
Look, right?
I dare you to lie to me, nigga.
I'm gonna bring out a genius argument from a questionable man.
Nigga, I dare you to
dare to lie to you?
I dare you,
okay,
nigga.
Then KG has a better supporting cast there.
Yeah, exactly.
No, nigga.
You dare to lie to you as KG, man.
Bro, stop.
KG, man.
This nigga had Rondo, Posey, Perkins, and Tony
Posey.
Oh, you're full of shit. If you're gonna bring up Robert Horry, if you bring up Robert Horry, and now you're telling me no because of Posey?
Who got more rings, low?
All right, you got it, dog. You're trolling. And Leon Pope, bro, you're fucking
Low, who got more rings?
You're trolling.
That's the real question, Low.
You're trolling.
No, if you want me to be serious though, it's obviously KG. Like
KG is a better defensive supporting cast.
Yeah.
Okay. And so I just want to be clear. You asked the question who had a better higher ceiling
better
raising.
coach though. No. Because now I'm being serious. Bro. No. Look. See, look. Here he go. Here, y'all be letting him overreact.
You're gonna take the
I'll be letting him overreact. Cause low. No. Okay. Low. Relax. And just listen. Just listen.
Oh my god.
No, because what I'm saying is, I think you can cover bad defenders with a good to great defensive scheme.
What is this scheme for the Spurs?
Funnel, nigga. Obviously, it's funnel.
To Duncan. So if the scheme is to just let this one nigga, if the scheme is to just let this one nigga make up for every deficiency we have.
So wait, so stop. Love, then I'll ask you the question again. Do you value floor raising or ceiling raising?
This nigga's doing both.
That's just floor raising, my nigga. I don't know what to tell you. That's floor raising.
So at minus 8.8? Are you serious?
Low, because see, this is what I'm talking. You're being dense right now. He's
a
generational floor raiser, Lo. He's a generational floor raiser. Duh. Like he's arguably the greatest floor raiser of all time if we're not including Bill Russell.
If this nigga floor raises to the level of a nigga ceiling, what the fuck are we talking about, nigga? Think about what you're saying. If the nigga floor raise to the level of this nigga ceiling, what are you saying?
This is what I'm saying. Let me see the playoffs.
Oh my!
Let me see the playoffs, Lo. What's the playoffs?
I do want to.
What's the playoffs?
Let's see.
It wasn't the West though, but
it was in the West.
Hello.
What's up,
yo? What's good? It was good, Denver.
He holds the Memphis Grizzlies to 97.1. Jesus. No, holding the Grizzlies.
What's the overall playoff?
And he holds the Lakers to only 100. Whoa.
Only 100.
Hold on. Wait.
What was the Lakers' average like? Offense?
Oh, I'm about to say. Hold on. This might actually.
What was the Lakers' average offense?
Hold on. The Lakers' offense that year was 105, so they dropped 105.5. So that means
like
that
4.2, some shit like that.
4.2, nigga. What?
You know I'm bad at math, love. We're not doing this. Like,
How did you get 2 out of a 0.5?
Almighty.
bro, because I wasn't looking. I'm gonna be honest with you.
Their defense was a 98.8.
Okay, and then what were the 08? We'll do league relative to the league average.
Hold on.
Relative.
The Hawks. They went up against the Hawks, that were the 16th ranked defense. The Cavaliers, who were the 20th ranked defense. The Pistons, who were the 6th, and the Lakers, who I think we just established were like the 2nd.
Wait, you mean offense or defense?
This is offense. This is the offensive comp that they went up against.
In 08?
Yes.
Bro, Lo, what did it perform to?
No,
We're not worried about the
we're
comp.
going.
What did it perform to, Lo?
I went to the comp for them too, dog.
No, we're not worried about that. What did it perform
It
to?
went to a
Not your
103.
so they were second, Lo.
Oh, so I guess he's better, Lo. It's second. I guess he's better, Lo.
No,
He was in the East. He was in the East.
Yeah, he was in
I
the
guess he's
East.
better.
He was in the
They
East,
should have.
dog.
They should have
Guess
averages
he
in the
was
West and the
better.
East.
He saw Kobe. I guess he was better.
Nah,
I'm gonna
he
tell
was
you,
in the
Lo.
East. He was in the East.
I don't know what to tell you, Lo.
He was in the East.
He
dog.
saw fully maximized Kobe. I don't know what to tell you, Lo.
I ain't gonna lie.
I don't know what to tell you, Lo.
I ain't gonna lie, my nigga. You've lost. I ain't gonna lie. The fact that I looked this up and you're telling me this nigga led this team to a mere -9 points above
What's
league
the
average.
playoff? We talking about championship.
No,
level.
stop,
What's the
my nigga. Stop.
playoffs,
Stop.
Lo?
Stop.
Does he have any ones that like closer to like?
Bro,
What's the playoffs?
this nigga in 04 led this team 9 points better league average defensively. And this nigga starting 5 is Tony Parker. Is that Hedo? Be serious, nigga. No, wait.
Oh,
No.
No, Lo.
Nigga, you're not serious. Tony Parker, Manu, Bruce
Bowen.
Bowen,
Yes. not
Tim
Hedo.
Duncan, and Rasho.
Wait. There's no way this nigga was. He didn't start dunking at the 5.
No.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Tim Duncan got it because I ain't gonna lie. This nigga Pop being a little autistic. I feel it, but
Who he would have played? Who? Malik Rose at the power forward?
no, either Rose or Horry. Just put Duncan at the 5. Like, why wouldn't you just put?
No,
Duncan?
man,
Nah,
he
bro,
would've-
you got such a great coach. Remember that shit,
Man,
dog?
he would have
I
played.
mean, it's still
9.
better than Doc, nigga.
Bro, Kevin Willis, man. It's the
Kevin
Kevin.
Willis.
Big Kevin Willis, man. Respect
Bro,
him.
let's be. And I actually think Duncan might have spent most of his time at the center this year. To be fair.
No, he has a lot of. He has a
Oh,
lot of
no,
years
never
on.
mind. He only
No.
spent 43%. Damn, they still putting this nigga at a 4. Nigga had to rely. Bro, stop, bro.
Wait,
All
isn't
right,
this
so
isn't this
the
the
point
year he
is
got
cooked.
injured? Wait, no, but
Who?
genuinely, this is the year he got injured, right?
Who?
Duncan with plantar fasciitis. Or
Yes,
however you say that.
yes,
Okay.
yeah. And still let this team, bro. Nigga, they only gave this nigga 7th in DPOY. This race isn't serious, dog.
Oh, look who's ahead of him, Lo.
This is an
I
unserious
win the argument,
race.
Lo. I win the argument. Look who's ahead of him.
This is an
The
unserious
voters
race.
knew, Lo. The voters knew. They know the truth.
This is an unserious race.
You see who was at 5?
This is
Andre
an
Karolinko.
Andre
Big
Karolinko.
Big Karolinko.
Big Karolinko. Big Theo Ratliff.
14th ranked. This is unserious. This is an unserious. Nah,
Hey,
this
man,
is unserious,
on off.
man. Nah, this. I actually
No,
wish
but-
we had. I wish we had on off back then.
All right,
I
Lo.
really wish we had on off back then.
They don't. When did it start?
I think 2015.
Yeah,
2015?
2015. Yeah. I wish.
Look
we had
at
on.
4.
Tough.
Oh no, wait. They had Bruce Bowen.
We had Bruce Bowen ahead of this nigga.
No,
Why did they do that?
Below.
I don't know. To say that
seriousness.
Duncan is, bro. This nigga led this
Why did
team.
they always have Bowen higher than him?
This man led this team to one of
There
the
it
best
is.
defenses that we have ever seen in our lifetime, and they said,
Because
"Here's
Bruce,
7, nigga."
because
and we
Bruce
think
Bowen was
Bruce-
kicking people in the face.
We think
Yeah.
Bruce
And they
called
Bowen
it
is a better
defense.
defender.
Because Bruce Bowen was taking the real matchups, Lo.
And then he did it the very next season at a -7.
Yeah,
Be
that's what I just.
serious.
Yeah, that's what I just said. He was kicking people in the face.
What are you
They
doing
call
on
it
six?
defense.
So he played the Lou Dort role. pretty much.
-6.
Bro, this is to sit here and to say that the nigga doesn't ceiling raise when he peaked on a team higher than Garnett. Be
What do you
fucking
define as?
serious.
No, I'm just saying. What do you define as? Maybe we just disagree on what ceiling raising is. I think if your roster is bad around you, you're not ceiling raising. Like it's not about to the level of
But
what you do it.
I think you can assess it in both ways because realistically speaking, you're never going to have like this perfect ideal. Well, you could, but more than likely you're not.
Yeah, but like when it's that flawed to where Tony Parker is the POA, what the fuck are we doing? Like, you see what I'm saying?
I hear what you're saying, but if I but the point I'm still making though, if I am
able to
if I'm able to floor, but the on off for Basketball Reference isn't accurate. If I floor raise
NBA.com.
Oh, for real? That far
Yeah.
back?
They have that?
Yeah,
No way. They have
yeah, play by player, 1997.
Yeah,
He
that's
had a
what I
plus.
thought.
If I'm able to floor raise though, to the degree in which you ceiling raise, what does that tell you?
That tells me
even if I floor raise only a tick above my even if my ceiling is only a tick above my floor raising, it still will be better.
But then I would just okay. I'm being serious now. I'm done with the trolling shit. I'm being serious now. Then I would just argue.
Never mind.
I would just argue that KG wasn't at his peak when he got the roster built around him, and he definitely had regressed a step athletically.
Never mind. It just shows the team stats.
Yeah, I didn't think so either. All right, Chad, let's get back to this.
All right, love. Appreciate you for having me up here.
All right, bet, man. Let's get back to this list, dog. All right, for those who are just now tuning in, just so everyone knows where we're at in terms of the list and the ranking.
Oh, I just want you to know still, too, by the way, you having KD at 14 is still hate. Just want you to know that.
Wait, where'd you... So what else do you have over him? Are you gonna put... Oh, fries. You're about to put Larry Bird over him? So.
Brother said he values longevity and how many years you can be elite.
Brother's lying.
That's more valuable. And then
so why did you go out of your way to name Karl Malone when he's not top 20? It's kind of odd to me. It's kind of sus.
Okay, when I was listing players off, I didn't know that I had 21 instead of 20. But here is the
you just
names
had
so
to give
far.
him his credit.
Okay. Karl Malone right outside the top 20. Elgin Baylor, Julius Erving, Giannis, Jokic, KG, Oscar Robertson, Kevin Durant, and then Jerry West. We are now heading into the next section of names and leading off at number 12.
Denver, he had to show Karl Malone what, the importance of age 21, number 21.
Facts.
I learned a little bit about some legality.
Yeah, that's better than the other number.
Okay.
Way better.
Okay. Coming in at number 12. We have, let me get that there. Wilt Chamberlain.
Yeah, you're out of your fucking mind. I'm good. You got Wilt better than Kevin Wade? Are you serious? Yeah, I'm gonna let you have it. Go ahead.
As I was rudely interrupted. Like I said, this list is based off of relative. What you did in your era, not these hypothetical matchups that niggas like to say, well, if he played back then, he didn't, though, so I can't really go off of what someone would or would not do back in the 60s when they were calling all these people the N-words. I don't know. KD has meltdowns on Twitter just because a nigga challenges his legacy. God forbid I know what this nigga would do if a nigga challenged him racially. Don't know.
Did Will not theoretically do something very similar to what KD did and then went over there and still wasn't the best player on the team? When he won?
Oh, yeah. But I think, well, if you let me,
Okay.
If you let me. Okay.
No, but whenever you get the time though, whenever you get the time though, you should do a non-relative list.
A non-relative list. All right. Well,
you should do that.
I mean, Wilt and Bill wouldn't even be in these combos, but all right. So Wilt Chamberlain, I have him ranked number 12 all time, 13-time All-Star, 10-time All-NBA performer. Didn't make only 2 All-Defensive teams, but definitively, in my opinion, one of the top 5 defenders in NBA history. Led the league in rebounding 11 times, led the league in scoring 7 times, technically was an assist champ as well in 1968, and then finals MVP in 72. The biggest knock against Wilt would be his postseason performances, in particular against Bill Russell, or in situations in which a lot of the offense has to be funneled more inside. And also early on in his career, a lot of these numbers are massive. They're significant. They're amazing. They're stupendous. But how much impact did those numbers have? How much did those numbers translate? Not only are these things that are self-admitted, you can also watch the games as well. And several teammates back then and other players who played would overly state numerous times that a lot of the numbers that Wilt was posting were not as impactful as it was perceived, due to the level of ball dominance that would need to be done to put those numbers up. And I'm all for, if you have the ability to make adjustments to your game to help your team out in winning, because that is the ultimate goal, let me figure out if you have the ability to do so. To be fair, Wilt he was able to do that. He did that when he was with the Philadelphia 76ers on a really good team with Hal Greer, Chet, what's Chet last name? Is it Chet Walker? I think it's Chet Walker.
Holmgren, silly.
Chet Walker, yeah. Chet Walker, Billy Cunningham, Hal Greer. So he got on a really good team, won a championship in 67. Now, to be fair, Bill Russell was not 100% in this series, but still, really, really great postseason run for him. Kind of proved a lot of people wrong, and he had the ability to be very, very flexible. Rung off 3 MVPs in a row, MVP in his rookie season as well, and genuinely believe that he was the second best player at worst throughout this stretch of years, and was playing at an MVP level every single year of his career. And I even think a lot of that is true leading up towards the tail end of his career as well. Obviously in 1970 when he got hurt, not so much. But I think that there really and truly isn't a year where he's fully healthy where Wilt Chamberlain was not at least a top 5 player outside of maybe that last year in the NBA. But outside of that, I think Wilt Chamberlain pretty consistently was the best offensive player in the NBA at that time and the second best defender or third best defender on a year-to-year basis. I think that's pretty impressive. It's just that he never was able to really find a way to translate a lot of these numbers into postseason impact. Even one of these years, they didn't even make the playoffs. So that's kind of scary. What year is that? There's a year where they don't even make the playoffs, and that's kind of 63. Yeah. 63, he's on the Warriors, and they don't make the playoffs. Be very mindful at that point in time to miss the playoffs in a 9-team NBA. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, there's only 9 teams, and you don't make the playoffs. I don't know what to tell y'all, dog. I don't know what to tell you. You can't make the playoffs in a 9-team league, and the team ahead of you that made the playoffs won 34 games. I have to start putting into questioning how impactful these numbers really are. I'm going to be honest with you. I just got to do that. But at the end of the day, I still think that Wilt is pretty synonymous with dominance. Moving on to the next name up, the name that apparently is a bit controversial regardless of how some people may feel about him being in and out of the top 10 or ahead of someone else. I do have Larry Bird. I have Larry Bird coming up next at number, 11. Larry Bird is the first name out of the top 10 for me. I think that many of y'all kind of already know how I feel about Bird. A lot of it just has to do with not sustaining it over a long period of time, and also early on in his career, not being able to translate a lot of that impact over into the postseason and the production as well. But outside of that, 12-time All-Star, 10-time All-NBA, made All-Defensive Team 3 times. Some of those defensive selections, but I still think he was a positive defender, more or less. 3-time MVP, all in a row. Was MVP candidate effectively for like 8 straight years. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, for 8 straight years was finishing top 3 in the MVP race. Very impressive, and I do believe, synonymously believed to be the best player in the 80s. Really, really great offensive weapon. Solid scorer that became even better as a creator as his career progressed. Very underrated passer. I think even the numbers don't necessarily do justice to how good of a passer Bird really was, especially in tight quarters back in the 80s. Very underrated rebounder as well. I think the numbers also don't do any justice to how good of a rebounder Bird was. And just all around a really solid game. I guess the question that many people want to know is, why is it that Bird is ahead of Kevin Durant, just in case people are asking? I believe that there's a lot more things that could translate from Bird to KD in postseason play at their absolute best without being on these super squads. I think as a passer and playmaker, if Durant was able to pass and play make slightly better and translate that, because I do believe that would have helped him out in a lot of postseason play. But if he was able to pass and play make to the degree of a Bird, or even slightly less, then I do believe we would be having a different convo. But to also be fair to Bird and Kevin Durant back and forth, again, there are years where Bird's impact in the postseason is very wary. It goes up and down. He's not scoring at the same degree because he cannot create to the same degree as a Kevin Durant from a scoring standpoint. And so that is that's all understandable as well. But I think the passing and playmaking for me is what puts Bird over the top of Kevin Durant, and that is an aspect of his career that, or of his game, that he sustained for practically the entire time he was in the NBA. The entire time. So that's probably the biggest difference. Now, moving on to number 10. First number up. Also, I'm be very mindful that these names, I'm not really too pressed about them being close to one another. So this is another subsection. But moving on, first name in the top 10 for me. First name in the top 10 for me, and again, I'm going to say it over and over and over again, that a lot of these things, just my opinion. We got Stephen Curry. Stephen Curry, number 10, 11-time All-Star, 11-time All-NBA, 2-time league MVP, led the league in scoring twice, 4 championships, finals MVP, led the league in steals as well in 2016. Most of y'all know how I feel about him only having 1 finals MVP. He should have 2, definitively was the best player on that team in 2015 and was the best performer in the finals for the winning team. So he should have won finals MVP, in my opinion. But Curry, I don't think I have to go into too much explanation because y'all know how great Curry is. But at his absolute best, Curry has really transcended the game, transformed it in ways in which many people were not aware that we could play basketball like this way. And I think that is a huge reason why Curry, even if he doesn't have the success and overall dominance at his peak than maybe some players below him, I think his ability to transcend the game, the way in which he has, in my opinion, puts him in the top 10 for me. The other thing that I think that Curry does not get enough credit for is how much his game actually developed throughout the course of his career. That is another separator between Curry and the next player I have ahead of him in contrast to the players I have below him. Curry's game continued to transform into whatever the Warriors needed. Early on in his career, wasn't a solid defender, a bit of a liability a lot of times as well, and also his ability to create on the ball was also lacking. By the time we get to 2020, when they're winning again, significantly better defender and significantly better on-ball creator as well. I think that is a true testament to your skill set, a true testament to you developing and growing as a player. And that's something that is, again, tends to be a bit of a separator from a lot of players I have in my top 10, from the players outside of my top 10, the ability to grow, develop, and take upon that responsibility as a best player on the team and really providing what their teams needed. From 2014 all the way down to really even just this season as well. Curry's like consistently 27 points, 6.5 assists, 5 rebounds, shooting splits of 47, 42, 91. Has an argument to be made that 2016 is the greatest offensive season in NBA history. Grossly underrated scorer. When we talk about best scorers in NBA history, Curry's name does not get brought up enough. It just doesn't. Should be brought up way more often. And then the playmaking, off-ball pressure that he consistently puts on teams, also the pressure that he puts on the perimeter as well is all there. And I do believe Curry doesn't get enough credit for how much a lot of his value also translates to the postseason as well. I will say this, when it comes to Curry, in my opinion, we are kind of getting to a point where he's played enough games at a high enough level or enough years at a high enough level to where at bare minimum, the argument for the greatest point guard of all time is a very legitimate one. Y'all know how I feel about this argument of if you're a true PG or not in your role and responsibility. You are a player on a basketball court, and your responsibility is to do whatever is necessary for you to win the game. That is the role and responsibility of a point guard, to do whatever you are best at to win the basketball game. If it's passing, then that's what it is. If it's shooting, if it's scoring, then that's what it is. I'm not going to sit here and knock someone's ability to pass or play make based off of their position. That makes no sense to me. And the point guard position is the only position we do that for. And that's the reason why right next to Curry, the next name on the list is Magic Johnson. Now, actually, let me leave myself full screen. I am not prepared yet to get as nasty as some of you niggas have gotten recently about Magic. Because I will admit, I have not done my due diligence to watch as extensive footage of Magic than some of you all may have. But anytime I do watch Magic, even with his scoring limitations, bro, not gonna lie, the impact is like visually there. It's actually pretty crazy how easy the points come to these Lakers teams because of his ability to get transition play. It's actually pretty crazy how easy points he's putting on the board, or at least producing. 12-time All-Star, 10-time All-NBA performer, 3-time MVP, 3-time Finals MVP. I don't think that Magic should have that first Finals MVP in 1980 just because he went crazy in Game 1, which was amazing. It was an amazing game. I still think throughout the course of the entire series, Kareem was clearly better. 2-time Steel champ, 5-time champion, if I haven't said that already. But the resume effectively speaks for itself. Very many would argue the best passer in NBA history. I would be one of them. Someone who transcended and transformed the NBA as we know it, especially commercially, brought a lot of popularity to it. And in terms of his game, very similar to Curry, one thing that continues to stand out to me, Magic, as time progressed, became a much more aggressive scorer. As Kareem regressed and eventually retired, he continued to be aggressive in that aspect, and I do believe that was a bit of a separator, not only from Magic in contrast to a lot of other players in NBA history, but I think that's a separator from keeping the Lakers team above float on a year-to-year basis, is their ability to still stay in championship status, regardless of if Kareem was there or not, or being as impactful or not. These last 5 years, when he was really coming into form as an MVP caliber player, he upped it to 20 points per game while still being the best passer in the league, giving you 12 assists, 7 rebounds, shooting 50% from the field. And unlike Bird, and this is the reason why I prefer Magic over Bird, but they're in the same category for me. They're in the same subsection. A lot of Magic's ability to translate his production in the postseason and impact is there from a much earlier standpoint than Bird. Some would argue, and someone has argued this with me, that couldn't you argue that Magic came to a situation where it was easier for him to translate that impact more than Bird because of the team that he was on? To be fair, I think that is true. But again, I think the separator for me, is that when we got to the latter part of his career, when they were asking Magic to be effectively a more dominant scorer, but in the postseason, he's clearing 20 points per game, giving you still 13 assists and still converting 50% of his shots. Again, the jump shot isn't there. He's not as much of a shooter that a lot of people would like him to be, but the post play starts to get there in terms of half court offense, and I still think just the ability to just generate quality looks offensively consistently should be respected, in my opinion. So, for those who are unaware, who are just now joining us as we continue to build,
Tyrese Halliburton with a post game.
Sounds like an amazing player in the 80s.
With no three.
Sounds like an amazing player in the 80s.
That doesn't even sound like an amazing player right now, but I guess.
I don't know what to tell you, brother. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. That is a crazy, what you call it. For those who may not, who may just be joining us as we continue this list, on the screen is on the screen is the list so far. So we have Karl Malone 21. Hold on, let me put my Karl Malone 21, Elgin Baylor 20, Julius Erving 19, Giannis Antetokounmpo 18, Nikola Jokic 17, Kevin Garnett 16. That is one section. Up to the next section, next tier. 15, Oscar Robertson, 14, Kevin Durant, 13, Jerry West, and finally the tier we just concluded, 12, Wilt Chamberlain, 11, Larry Bird, 10, Steph Curry, 9, Magic Johnson. The reason why they're in tiers is because effectively I don't believe that there is that much of a significant separator from a lot of these players to where I would really even argue as much. I really and truly don't. I don't know. I really don't. But we continue, so we can kind of wrap this up as soon as possible, or at least get close to wrapping this up. Because Jesus, that pivot that we had with Nonchalant was crazy. Moving into the top 8. Top 8 to me is a bit interesting, because this is where some of the players. This is where some of the players through my lens get a little bit more interesting. Players that at least two of them don't get enough credit for what they provided to the sport, especially recently. I've seen some disagreements on two of these names. The first one I'm going to put on the list is Hakeem Olajuwon. Hakeem, I have him number 8. So Hakeem, number 8, 12-time All-Star, 12-time All-NBA, 9 All-Defensive teams. I really should be 10, but at that point in time in NBA history, really hard to make a defensive team with the amount of centers in the league. Two DPOYs to his name. Also got a league MVP, won 2 championships, and all around the definition of a two-way player, the definition of a stat sheet stuffer. I don't understand how people love to talk about stats every day of the week, left and right, up and down. Bro, when it was all said and done, I want to say Hakeem was like top 20 or 15 in 4 out of the 5 major statistical categories. And the one that he didn't reach was assists. But in points, blocks, steals, and rebounds, like, bro, he was like top 10, top 15 in all 4 of them when he retired. At his absolute best, Hakeem is giving you around 25 to 27 points on a night-to-night basis, giving you around 12 to 14 rebounds, 4, almost 5 blocks as well, 3 assists. And a huge reason why I believe that some of that impact may not have consistently translated over to the postseason has a lot to just do with the fact that his roster was not constructed in a way to really maximize who he was. We got to see a glimpse of it in his sophomore season, where at the age of 23, he led that Houston Rockets team to the NBA Finals on the back of a 27-point, 12 rebound, 2 assists, 2 steals, 3.5 block playoff average, and in the process of doing so, outplayed the Los Angeles Lakers, matching up with Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, but also, Magic and them were on it as well, James Worthy, Byron Scott, et cetera, et cetera. In that series, Hakeem 31, 11, 2, 2, and 4. Bro, Hakeem got some on him. Hakeem got some series on him. And made it to the finals. Unfortunately, after 86, Ralph Sampson, his running mate, was injured, not the same player that he once was, and we got to see a little bit of a drought in terms of playoff success, but the numbers were still there all the way up until 1991. As you can see in this stretch, 27-13, 2 and 4 blocks in the postseason. Had a series where the brother averaged 38 and 17, ridiculous. And then, and the comp wasn't that great, to be fair, but that's still ridiculous. And then finally, when Rudy T came along and they put a proper offensive scheme around him, that's when you really got to see the best version of Hakeem. It was fully fleshed out. His offensive game was complete. Not the same athlete that he was early on in his career, but obviously that's what translated into 2 championship runs back in 94 and then 95. 94 to me, even though, yes, 95 was a year where they were the 6th seed and they were able to be the only 6th seed to make it to the finals and win the championship that year and swept the Shaquille O'Neal-led Orlando Magic. 94 to me is the most impressive run because though they were a 58-win team, which is very impressive, going through the postseason with this roster to me, it cannot be stated enough. If your second best offensive weapon is either Otis Thorpe or Kenny Smith, I mean that to me speaks volumes on the type of player that you are to carry that team to the postseason. It speaks volumes. And all they needed to make sure they surround him with 3-point shooting and not even that much playmaking outside of himself. It really wasn't nobody else. It was really just left up to Hakeem to basically create not only for himself, but practically for everyone else as well. So the fact that he was able to run through the Western Conference, beat Drexler, beat the Phoenix Suns with Barkley and KJ, and also then beat the Utah Jazz as well with Stockton and Malone, again, does not get anywhere near close to enough credit for how he performed through that postseason run. And also did that in 94. I think, they were like a negative offensive team. Yeah, they were like basically straddling around league average. They were winning games solely on their defense. They were winning games solely on their defense. So, shout out to Hakeem. I don't think Hakeem gets enough credit for what he was able to accomplish when he was there in Houston. Now, coming up next up, a player that I think should always be close to Hakeem. Sometimes people put him a little bit too high, in my opinion, but it is what it is. We have Shaquille O'Neal. We have Shaq. I don't think that this should go without stating. I think this is pretty obvious as well. 15-time All-Star, 14-time All-NBA, 3-time All-League defender. A better defender throughout a lot of his years in the 90s and 3-time All-Defensive Team would announce. But won 4 championships, 3 league MVPs, and then a very, very long prime as well. Probably another aspect to Shaq's career that people understate is that he came into the NBA already playing at an all-NBA level, 23, 14, and 3.5 blocks out the gate. But even if you don't want to count that, which in any normal circumstance we would, you can go from his sophomore season all the way down, I believe, to 2005, which is a 11-year period, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12-year period. 2 of these years are questionable because he only played 50-some games, so I have no problem with like holding some of those years back. But realistically speaking, Shaq has like a 12 to 13-year stretch where he is like unbelievably great. Unbelievably great. I think there's not a single year in that stretch where he led his team to a losing record. If I'm not mistaken, every single season he also led his teams to the playoffs. And then the separator from me between Hakeem and Shaq, because they have very similar longevity, they have very similar individual success. Obviously, Hakeem being the better defender, but Shaq being a better offensive player. To me, the difference between the two is their peak. I think that Shaq just peaked at levels in which it's hard to comprehend unless you actually watch, and easily could argue he has a top 3 peak of all time. And so that's a separator for me, because a lot of the other things that I normally look at will be they're a little bit closer than what we would actually take into consideration. So there is that. And then finally, up next, we have actually another center. And I know I'm going to get a lot of pushback on this, but I respect my elders, man. I really do. Finally, Bill Russell. We have Bill Russell in this final subsection. 12-time All-Star, 4-time leading the league in rebounds, 11-time All-NBA, won 5 MVPs, and as we all know, 11 championships. In my opinion, the greatest defender the league has ever seen. Transcended the game on that side of the floor. Really changed the concepts of defense at that stage in NBA history, and provided some defensive identities and personnel and principles that we still abide by to this day. The king of outlet passes, the one who originated and took a team in the Boston Celtics that were not doing anything at all. They were trying to win games solely off of offense, flipped them on their head, became the defensive anchor that the team needed. I mean, even in years in which they were not a good offensive team, actually the worst offensive team, Bill Russell transcended this defense so much so that even if they had the worst offense in the NBA, they still had the best net rating in the league. There's one of those years where like that's how it's one of the years I have to like double check, but I could probably just go to Boston. It's one of these years where it's like this might be it right here. 64. 64. They are 11 points better defensively than league average, but 4.5 points worse offensively. And I think this year, despite them being they were the worst offensive team in the NBA based off of offensive rating, they were so good defensively they still had the number 1 ranked net rating. That's how good of a defense he was. His impact is kind of hard to deny because anytime he got hurt or wasn't able to fully play 100%, the team just did not see anywhere near close to the same level of success. And like I highlighted with Jerry West and Elgin Baylor, at that point in time in NBA history, a lot of offense was being funneled into the lane. However, if you had a jump shot, you could really kill a lot of teams back then because there weren't that many bigs that are willing to step out, even if they had the ability to do so. Bill Russell was one of the bigs, however, that would hedge hard and step out and guard the perimeter if need be, which really slowed down a lot of what the Lakers would do from time to time and why they were still fairly consistent at reaching a level of success that was hard to achieve at that point in time on that side of the floor. So I give Bill Russell a lot of credit for that. And again, the impact is pretty undeniable. Of course, offensive game, I don't sugarcoat it. Bill Russell was terrible offensively. He's not that good of an offensive player. Exceptional passer. I think, despite what some people say, like Chilltown, he is a better passer than Wilt Chamberlain. I don't give a damn about what the numbers say. He's a better passer than Wilt. But outside of passing, there's not really much that Bill Russell does offensively. Lean really heavy on some of his teammates on that side of the floor, Casey Jones, John Havlicek, Bob Cousy. However, to be fair, even as good as some of his teammates were offensively, they were never good enough to really weather the storm offensively, even with Bill Russell having his woes. But when Bill Russell was there, he was able to pick up the slack defensively so much so that, again, it turned a team that was the worst offensive team in the league to still have the best net rating. So that is my separator for Bill. Now, let me update everybody just in case you need to know what is going on, because we are now about to enter the top 5. But before we enter the top 5, just in case you are new to anything that's going on right now, we're going to give you the updated list so everybody has it. I'm trying to put the last names. Here we go. 8, 7, 6.
Also, I said this in chat. Let's all laugh at the St. Louis Hawks. They drafted Bill Russell and then traded him because they didn't want a black player as the face of their team.
So, right now, we have Hakeem, Shaq, and Bill Russell joining the next tier. Again, the tiers basically mean I have no qualms if you want to, or whatever the word is, quarrels. I feel like I'm saying the word wrong. I have no problem if you want to argue any of these players in this section. Same with the other sections. If you're in a certain tier, I believe that it's really, really, really close, in my opinion. But 6, Bill Russell, 7, Shaq, 8, Hakeem, 9, Magic Johnson, 10, Steph Curry, 11, Larry Bird, 12, Wilt Chamberlain, 13, Jerry West, 14, Kevin Durant, 15, Oscar Robertson, 16, Kevin Garnett, 17, Nikola Jokic, 18, Giannis, 19, Julius Erving, 20, Elgin Baylor, 21, Karl Malone. So that's the list so far. That is the list. Now, we move on. We move on to the top 5. Top 5 for me is pretty easy, and I'm not going to spend too much time, talking y'all ear to death. These next 2 to me are fairly changeable. To me, just my opinion. Number 5, we have Tim Duncan. Number 5, we have Tim Duncan. 15-time All-Star, 15-time All-NBA, 15-time All-League defender, and that is the most in NBA history. 5-time champion, 3-time Finals MVP, 2-time MVP, and was an MVP candidate, I believe, from his rookie season. Yeah, from his rookie season all the way up until 2007. Insane level impact coming out of the gate from his rookie season out to 2007. And unlike popular belief, I am not someone who will sit here and brag about Manu Ginobili and Tony Parker as teammates when everybody else on this list are playing with better players. I'm not going to sit here and be overly critical because he played with an aging David Robinson when everybody on this list practically has played with someone better than an aging David Robinson. And no, I do not hold it against Tim Duncan for the latter part of his career playing with Kawhi Leonard, because when he was playing with Kawhi, that is the aspect of Tim Duncan's career that I don't even believe is viewed favorably enough to really change the perception of who Tim Duncan was as a player. From 98 to 2007, Tim Duncan was in conversations consistently of being a top 3 to 4 player in the league, depending on who you may have favored one year or the next, and was on rosters, in my opinion, that really were not maximizing him that much at all in a very competitive Western Conference, arguably the toughest and most complete conference the NBA has ever seen, and still found a way to consistently make deep postseason runs. Again, within this stretch between 98 to 2007, he had already ran off 4 championships, made the finals, had never lost, and is an anchor to some of the greatest defensive teams that we've ever seen. Ever. We just literally broke it down. Even as great as the 08 Celtics were, Tim Duncan still anchored a better defensive team in 2004. Amazing. Amazing. So, Tim Duncan, I think the impact is pretty undeniable. I think too many people give flack to Tim Duncan because of the teams he played on and the coach he played on. I implore everyone to go back and watch those games. Those games, you are not seeing Spurs basketball, this offensive guru in Popovich. You don't see that because Popovich wasn't that at that point in time. And the defensive scheme is just to literally filter in everyone to Tim Duncan anyway. So I think that is why I'm so high on Duncan. Not the offensive player that he probably should have been or could have been. If Tim Duncan was a better offensive player, I would damn near argue he would be top 3 in my opinion. I would very well argue that. If Tim Duncan was a better offensive player, he would have legitimate convos of being top 3, but he just isn't. And that's the biggest knock for him, but I don't fall for the shenanigans of taxing him because he played with Manu Ginobili and Tony Parker, and some of these other players get to play with some other player in the top 10, or get to play with Scottie Pippen and D Wade, and like none of y'all don't believe that any of those players are better than the other players I just named. Y'all don't believe that Tony Parker and Manu Ginobili in their rookie and sophomore season or early on in their careers is as good as Shaq, is as good as Pippen, is as good as Wade and Bosh or Anthony Davis. You don't believe they're as good as Magic and Worthy or Worthy and Kareem. Y'all don't you don't believe those things. Why you even bring that shit up, I don't know. Respectfully, shut the fuck up. Next time I have to hear a nigga tell me that he played with Tony Parker as if like that is something that's going to move the needle with me, when you have a nigga who played with Magic Johnson ahead of him. That's not a point, my nigga. That's not a point. And we move on to the next player who I feel very similar about as well, Kobe Bean Bryant. Number 4. Now, we'll go into the resume just quickly. 18-time All-Star, 15-time All-NBA, 12-time All-League Defense, MVP in 2008, won 5 championships, 2 Finals MVP. Say he was a 2018 Oscar recipient as well. And then the excellence, though, from Kobe, the peak of Kobe really starts in 2001 and trails all the way to 2013. This is a degree of excellence that is really hard to find. Now, we're getting into, from Hakeem on up, we're getting into the 12, 13-year range where niggas is really keeping a degree of excellence that's really hard to compete with. Throughout this stretch, for a 13-year, really a 14, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. For a 13-year period, Kobe is giving you 28 points, 6 rebounds, 5 assists, shooting 45% from the field, 34% from behind the arc, and 84% from the free throw line. And probably one of the bigger things that separate Kobe, in my opinion, from Duncan, but why I kind of keep going back and forth with him, is a lot of those numbers translated over to the postseason every single year. 28, 5.5, 5, shooting splits of 45, 33, 82.5. And did this once more in a very competitive Western Conference, probably the most complete Western Conference or complete conference we've ever seen. Hyper competitive, all-time great defenses you're matching up against. Some of the best offenses you're also matching up against. And quick nugget of information, Kobe only one time in his postseason career matched up against a bottom 10 defense. Let me repeat that again. Kobe, only one time in his playoff career, matched up against a bottom 10 defense. Only once. And we say this over and over and over again, but I will continue to do so. When he had the privilege to finally match up against a bottom 10 defense, he gave that team 34, 7, and 8. On a 64% true shooting. This is why a lot of this bullshit that you niggas try to push, I don't fall for it. It's why I don't. It's why I don't. If a nigga is going up against top 10 defenses every single year, damn near, in the playoffs, every single year, and you're comparing his postseason numbers against niggas who had the privilege to go up against shit defensive teams or average defensive teams, it's why I don't want to hear it. People will then complain, and the biggest blemish in Kobe's career, obviously, is the 2004 finals. That is the biggest blemish. Into that, regardless of how historically great that team was defensively, which they were, I always hold that against Kobe, and it should be that way. But you wanting me to be ultra critical of 2008 Kobe on a team that was giving significant minutes to Vladimir Radmanovic, Luke Walton, and Ronnie Turoff, not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. Because that's an all-time great defense, and that wouldn't make any sense for me to sit there and be hypercritical of him. And then the very next season was perfectly fine when you take into context the role of responsibility and the teams in which he had to match up against, and also went up against another historically great defensive team in the 2009 Orlando Magic. and played fine. Played fine. He was completely fine. Completely fine. Also, to you niggas who want to nitpick Kobe's all defensive teams, we can do that as well. That is fine. I have no problem with putting into context certain players' accolades. Have no problem. Let's just do it for everybody. That's all I ask. Because even if I were to do that, we're taking off what? He goes from a 12-time all-league defender to what, a 9 or a 10? Like what? So what? That would still be more than the niggas below him. That would still be more outside of Hakeem or in Bill Russell, to be fair, because Bill Russell would have more, obviously. And so would Wilt. But that would be more than Bird, and if we're going to, and Tim Duncan too. But that would be more than Bird, and if we're going to be honest with ourselves, Bird should have 0. Since we're nitpicking. That would be more than Bird, more than Magic, more than Curry, for sure. More than Durant, for sure. So I don't know. It would be Duncan, more than Shaq. It would be Duncan, Bill, and Wilt. And you got me, dog. Yeah, Kobe's not as good as a defender as those 3 players, without a doubt. He's not. But if we're gonna do this, then let's do it. You know, niggas using MVP shares now. I ain't never in my life have I heard someone MVP shares until the Bleacher Report article. And niggas want me to take MVP shares as a credible argument when in 2004 and 2006 Chauncey Billups gets 430 MVP shares. You think I'm taking that shit credit? You think that should be the end all be all? The following season, no, it's one. What years? It's one of these years where like just a silly straight. Like, what are we even arguing? It's one of these years where it's like, it don't make... I think it's the Jermaine O'Neal year. Is it 04? Yeah. Stojakovic and Jermaine O'Neal. You're right. You got it. You got me. MVP shares. Jermaine O'Neal, 523. Stojakovic, 281. Kobe Bryant, 212. You got me. Kevin Garnett is 3 first-place votes away from unanimously winning it. And you niggas think that this should be the end-all, be-all? You got me. We're not taking that shit serious. But with that being said, that right there concludes that subsection of players. And for those who are wondering where everybody ranks... because I see some new people in the chat. So just briefly, we're going to go over it again. As we fall out in the top 3. And the top 3 should be pretty obvious at this point. So we have Kobe at 4, Duncan at 5. That's one section, pretty interchangeable to me. Russell at 6, Shaq at 7, Hakeem at 8. Again, those 3 are interchangeable to me. Magic at 9, Steph at 10, Bird at 11, Wilt at 12. Those 4 interchangeable. 13 West, 14 KD, 15 Oscar, again, interchangeable. 16 KG, 17 Jokic, 18 Giannis, 19 Julius Erving, 20 Elgin Baylor, 21 Karl Malone. That is the top 20, top 21 so far. All right, let's wrap this up because we got the next 3 is obvious if anybody kind of knows, and it's pretty.
Kaminga.
Yeah. Okay.
My bad.
Next 3 is pretty obvious. Coming in at number 3, we have Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. I see Raquel in the chat. Coming in number 3, we got Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. Just rattling off his accolades real quick. 15-time All-Star. 15-time All-NBA, 11 All-Defensive Teams. I think he should have made more. I think back in the day they didn't have All-Defense early on in his career. Yeah, they didn't. He probably should have 12, 13, 14. He should probably have like 14 All-League defensive teams. But won 6 championships, 6 league MVPs, led the league in rebounding once, led the league in scoring twice, 2 finals MVPs, even though I do believe he should have 3. And again, this is where we're dipping into a degree of longevity that's really, really hard to match. It's really hard to match. From Kareem's rookie season all the way through, I want to say it's 82. Yeah, I think, which is a 13-year period. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Yeah, another 13-year run. And somewhat stretch it out even a little bit further than that. Pause. So Kareem is, again, another example of just like significantly crazy longevity, playing at a really high level. And a lot of that translating also to the postseason. Now, and again, I don't think we really need to really go back and forth on this, but I will say this. The separator for me when it comes to Kareem and why, in my opinion, he's really not in the GOAT convo for me, for my standards. The 2 players that separate themselves from everyone else, the one thing that I believe is different from LeBron and Jordan in contrast to really everybody else in NBA history, those 2 always had to be the best player on their teams, either the first or second best players in the NBA, for their teams to be considered championship caliber teams. They've always had to hold that responsibility. I think that is a really steep task. Kareem held that responsibility in his first stint in Milwaukee, translated to the Lakers, and a lot of that impact wavered a lot. 1 year not even making the playoffs and really not making another deep postseason run until Magic came along. That to me is a bit what you call it. It's a bit shaky. It's a bit shaky. But moreover, I think that the list is still pretty standard. I think Kareem speaks for himself. Grossly underrated offender, also slightly underrated offensive player as well, especially at his absolute best. There's a lot of times in which I think.
Oh. What happened?
I don't know what happened. There are some times where I think some of you all are exaggerating on like how often this nigga run down the court and does a hook shot, but I dead ass will watch this nigga. There's times where I see him in transition. Oh, my phone died. Damn. There are times in which he will be running in transition, get the ball in transition, and do a sky hook. And that blew my mind. I was like, what? He ran in transit. He ran in transition, immediately went in the post sky hook. I was like, nigga, what? Not a layup? That's crazy. That's crazy. A transition sky hook is actually some of the most ridiculous shit ever. Now, there is a gap between, in my opinion, Kareem and the next 2 names. So even though I'm not going to sit here and do another break, but just keep in mind that there's a gap. I think I need to go get my charger real quick so I can charge my phone. But let's go ahead and knock this out the way. Coming in number 2, we have LeBron James.
And this is where your list just officially makes no fucking sense. It just makes no sense. Because what you're telling me is you rather have the what? The 11 years of Mike over like the. I mean, how long has LeBron been elite? Shit.
Like 20.
Come on, bro. Come on, bro.
21
It's
years.
fine. It's fine. Keep hating on the boy. It
My
is what
bad.
it
I
Oh
had to leave and get
boy.
my charger. Y'all know the same, man. Happy wife makes a happy life, man. Got to get that charger, man.
Let's see what bullshit Lowe comes up with to justify this. Go ahead.
Now, what Real Talk said is true. It does become significantly more difficult to avoid the reality that LeBron should be the GOAT, especially through my criteria. LeBron is at a point where he is racking up the years. Like, sincerely, he is racking up these years. 21 All NBA seasons? That's crazy. 21? 6-time All League defender. At his best defensively, I actually think he's better than Michael Jordan at his best. Now, how long he was able to sustain that, that's up and down. But I actually think at his best, he's a better defender than MJ. Led the league in scoring only one time. Led the league in assists as well. I mean, the accolades. Four MVPs, 4 finals MVPs. As we all know, though, the MVPs were both, actually all three of them, LeBron, MJ, and Kareem. Like, there's not enough. All three of them could have just ran off. Oh. Oh, I was getting a lot of text messages. My bad. I'm sorry. My my phone died. It did as died. Like I was saying though, MVPs, bro, MJ, LeBron, and Kareem could have ran off dead ass like 10 plus MVPs, like on some real shit. Like it really and truly. They could have won an MVP every single year in the decade in which they dominated on some real shit. They genuinely could have. So the MVPs to me really don't matter. I think LeBron was arguably at worst when obviously when he was playing was the second or third best player in the NBA from 2000 probably 2008 to 2020. If not maybe slightly before. Like it's a long ass time LeBron is piecing together just clearly one of the top 3 players in the NBA. And it took the ascension of Giannis to make it questionable around 18, 19, and 20. And obviously Kobe's peaking in 7, 8, 9, like around that point in time as well. Like that's what it took to like prevent those things from happening. This stretch though is just genuinely speaking one of the best stretches ever. Like ever. It is a crazy. This is a 15-year stretch. I don't like the numbers speak. I don't even know how to really go through the numbers. The one thing, however, that always stops me from saying LeBron is over Mike, it's that when LeBron was at his best, his offensive game still did not translate as much as I thought it did back when I was watching it. But when I rewatch it, bro, there is a lot of jump shot shooting that is not translating and playmaking that also is not translating. I'm sorry to tell y'all that, but it's just not. It's not. When LeBron is in 2012, 2013, and I actually think the best iteration of LeBron is actually 2014, but 2012, 2013, 2015, those stretches of LeBron, it's just not. And by the time we get to 28, 17, 18, 19 onward, where his offensive game is way more well defined, and that is the best offensive version of LeBron, he no longer is the same defender that he used to be either. That to me is that's the biggest takeaway for LeBron. Fuck 2011, even though I do believe that obviously that should go against him in some capacity. But the reason why the 2011 finals went the way that it did is because of how unpolished his offensive game was that deep into his career. And it effectively damn near stayed that way up until 2014. If we're being honest with ourselves.
So can't you say the same about second 3P Jordan?
But is that that's not his best though?
I mean, damn, that's got to be part of the years where you have him that you have to take into account. Considering that you have him at number one.
I'm not taking him. I'm not saying I'm not taking into his consideration. I'm just saying, even at LeBron's absolute best, he was flawed enough to not only lose in 2011, but nigga, on some real shit, I'm gonna just be honest with you, and I don't want to do this, but here we are. Since niggas is pushing me to do this shit.
It is,
bro, in the 2011 postseason run, I didn't know the nigga shot 47% from the. I did not know that. I thought it was higher than that. I genuinely thought it was higher than that. It's not. I forgot he dominated these two. I will say this: the most underrated series in LeBron's career is against this Pacers team and this Celtics team, because Bosh did not play the entire series. Bosh played one game against this Pacers team. If you ever get a chance to watch LeBron and Wade work, this is the series. This series is ridiculous. The way that they were carving this defense up, it is crazy. And then the very next series against Boston, where again, Bosh is not playing the entire series. Bosh only plays 3 games out of the 7. Again, masterful from LeBron.
Does that say 33.5, 11 and 4?
Yes, he is playing out of his mind. He then though goes in the finals against OKC.
Hey.
No, I can't. I can't. Nigga, that much? Your jump shot just falls off.
That brother couldn't buy a jumper that series.
Bro,
I do remember that.
Nasty. But it's whatever. Is genuine. No, it's not whatever.
It is whatever.
No. It's not whatever. The nigga shot 3 for 16 from 3. And if I'm correct, bro, if I can get
Skip Bayless had this stat memorized at the time, which was kind of a nasty stat. He was something like 8 of like 40 something outside the paint that series.
Bro,
It's
bro.
It's whatever though.
Some of these series from LeBron, I'm like, damn, dog. It was like that. Like, nigga, like, how is that possible? How is it that you can't shoot like that? It's crazy. Hold on, let me see. Playoffs. And then specifically against OKC. This is a nigga. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and this one on the fucking line is 8. He's right. He only made 8 shots out of the paint in the entire series. That's crazy. I'm just letting y'all know that this is crazy. And then we get to 2013 playoff run, where once more it is like, stop.
Hey,
I know, stop.
Hey.
No.
What are you doing?
Stop, bro. We get to the 2013 postseason run, and again, it's like, how the fuck is this happening, bro? How do you go this up and down with jump shot shooting? Bro, I normally don't believe in the whole someone saves someone legacy, but, and it's fuck the win-loss. If this nigga Ray Allen does not make that shot to give LeBron another game to boost up these shooting splits, which all credit to LeBron. He showed up in a game 7, and that's what you're supposed to damn do.
He couldn't hit a jump shot before that.
But before that game 7, bro, this nigga could not make a jump. He was shooting 43% from the field and 29% from behind the arc. And then let's take it a step further. The first 3 games in this series, the nigga's giving you 18, 17, and 15. Bro!
Mind your beeswax.
Nah,
brother.
nigga. It is. Bro, he shot 44, 41, 33. He had a crazy game where he shot 60%. But
you mean when he's going against the team where you were just on caucuses about the player that was always anchoring all time great defenses? Isn't that the guy he's playing?
Nigga, at 37? Bro,
now it's about the 37.
But I also said that when I came to Tim Duncan, I wasn't, what he did at that stage of his career is not why I put him as high as I do. I literally said that. What he was doing at that point is not why.
Is Kawhi on this team?
Nigga, stop, bro.
Is Kawhi on the team?
Yes, Kawhi is on the team.
Okay, so this is Kawhi Leonard.
Nigga, but the same shit happened in 2012. I'm just showing another series where the nigga did it again. Nigga, at LeBron's absolute best, it's nasty, dog. It gets real nasty. A nigga saying, did he win though? I'm not talking, nigga, if we boil it down to who wins more finals, then fuck it. Then what's the point of me arguing this? It's about how you perform.
Oh, bro. Man. Y'all weren't there at that time because I remember then when they got annihilated in 2014, and then Bron in 2015 also still couldn't hit a jump shot that regular season.
Oh my goodness.
And then the playoffs, I was starting to question, like, nigga, are we getting like is he on the is LeBron on the decline? Now it sounds crazy now because we're like 20 years later and he's still, but
yeah, man, LeBron's 30, man. It's fucking not much longer.
It was looking bad.
It was looking real bad. It was looking real bad. If we were to really assess LeBron at his absolute best in the playoffs from 2011 to 2015, bro, what he did in 2014 carries. It carries. Raquel, the reason why it took me so long to respond because my phone died. It genuinely died. It genuinely died.
Uh-oh.
So that's what I want to say. That is always my hang up on LeBron. That even at his absolute best, bro, it's hard for me to look at that and be like, bro, and to know that his deficiency at his absolute best was a major contributing factor to why they ended up losing in 2011. It's bro. It's tough.
I'm looking at his 15 splits. I know that the finals is doing a lot there, but god damn, he took 27 shots a game.
I'll be honest with you, it's not even that much of, not just when he went up against y'all, against the Bulls, he shot under 40% against the Bulls.
Yeah.
I don't want to have to do this, but niggas is really pushing me to do it.
Yeah, they should have lost that series, but you know, they got a free timeout, or
Which was another thing, yeah.
They didn't get a free timeout. They didn't get a technical foul because David Black called timeout when they didn't have any.
And then even against the Hawks, he shot sub
tomato. Brother. Excuse him that he could go up against Joe Dumars and
nigga, the Hawks. Oh my word, no. The Hawks,
the 60-win Hawks.
Oh, you're so disgusting.
What was their defense? What was their defensive rating a year?
6. It was 6th.
Okay,
if we're going up against defensive ratings, and the Pistons will have a higher one than that.
Yeah, but then let's be serious.
Stop.
Let's be serious.
And then we finally get to number 1, dog, and it's Michael Jordan. And look, I'll be honest with y'all. I am at a point now where if you want to be interchangeable between LeBron and Jordan, I am fine. I genuinely am fine because I do believe LeBron has added enough years. Huh?
You're at that point now?
Oh, I've felt like they've been interchangeable for like the last 3-4 years now. But okay. I think that, and the one thing going back to giving LeBron a lot of praise, bro, I think this is the first year in his career where LeBron wasn't like the best player on his team. I think this is the first year, which is fucking crazy to say.
Yeah, now you're lying.
What year? What year?
You've been agreeing with me that AD was better in the 23-24 season. You agreed with me when I said that.
Okay, I see what you're saying. But some of those years, some of the more recent years, I don't really count towards LeBron's like longevity because he only played like 50-some games some of those years. I don't. But technically speaking, yes, you're right. I think AD was probably better in 24. But I mean, I'm basically just off 1 year. These last 2 years, fine. The last two years, like it took basically, like somebody.
I'm gonna leave the 2020 argument alone too, but that's a lot closer than a lot of people try to.
I agree. I think it's a lot closer as well. But I still think LeBron was the best player in 2020. Long story short, it took a while before LeBron. I'm watching him and I'm like, yeah, he's no longer the best player. And even if like somebody just said, Zaydog said 2 Batmans, I agree also. Like it was the definition of a co-starring at that point.
And it took you trading for a generational talent to make that happen.
Yeah. But to be fair, I believe that AD was already a better player than him before we got to that point anyway this year. That's just me.
Fair.
That's just me. Jordan does not have that privilege. I don't think there's a single year, unless we're talking about the Wizards years, there's not a single year where Jordan is not the best player on his team. He does not. He just doesn't. At Jordan's absolute best, which in my opinion is between 1990 to 93, at his absolute best, 2-way impact, scoring out the fucking wazoo, crazy efficiency as well. And then we go into the postseason, and not only is this shit translating, somehow this nigga is shooting just as well. He's a better shooter than LeBron at his best as well. He's a better shooter. Definitively. Free throw, clearly a better mid-range shooter as well. And I'll be honest, these threes that Jordan has taken are booty butt naked open threes. But then the other thing is, and though I think LeBron was still a better playmaker, when I rewatch a lot of these games, it's not a shorter line, my nigga. I'm not an idiot. The shorter line didn't happen until 95.
95.
It's not a shorter line, my brother. I am talking about from 1990 to 93. But also, I think that people undervalue Jordan's playmaking.
And passing.
I'm going to make a hot take that I hopefully don't think is that much of a hot take. There is a very legitimate argument that Jordan was the best playmaker in the 90s. The amount of times teams are legitimately committing 2 to 3 players on this nigga and he's not even a big, it is crazy. The amount of time they are just willingly double teaming this nigga. It is outrageous. I'm looking at some of these postseason runs in the finals as well. Bro, we're in like the first and second possession, and they're already doubling this nigga in the entire series. Not the first or second possession as we go 3 or 4 games into the series. Now we're trying something different after we got torched. No, we're talking about the first or second possession in a series, and they're already double teaming him. Go back and look at the 96 finals. The first time this nigga touches the ball, they are double teaming him. Doubling him. So there's that. Real talk, ask me about his comp. Obviously, 1990, the stiffest comp he's going up against defensively are the Detroit Pistons. In that series against the Pistons, I think this is the worst series he had throughout that stretch.
Mm-hmm. Who's getting guarded by a majority of the time?
Either Dumars or Dennis.
Brother said Dumars, 6'3". All right, go ahead.
How much of a different height size is that from Jordan?
3 inches.
How tall is
3 inches is a lot.
How tall is Kawhi?
6'7".
How tall is LeBron?
6'8".
Stop lying. Why do you lie? What's the point of you lying?
Is he not listed at 6? Okay, 6'9", even if I wanted
6'9", okay.
Okay.
Weight wise, is it not closer Jordan to Dumars than it is LeBron and Kawhi?
Are you really trying to get this off right now as if Kawhi's not a better matchup for LeBron than Joe Dumars for Michael Jordan? Are you really trying to get that off right now? Are you really trying to get this shit off right now?
The point I'm making is that almost every great offensive player outside of really Kobe and Curry had physical advantages over their matchups. And B, the point I'm making is that to stop these players, it's not about individual matchups because, again, there's no one who really matches their physicality on the perimeter. It's about the team, the makeup of the team. That's what I'm saying. So it doesn't really
but if I'm a pull-up jump shooter, and I know I can get to a spot at any time I want to and rise up, and the contest is not going to be great. I mean, he was essentially playing like Kevin Durant ball in the 80s and 90s because the two guards were 6'2", 6'3", 6. Like,
who was guarding LeBron? Who was guarding LeBron in 2012?
In 2012, in what series?
Finals.
That's OKC.
Yes.
Who over there? Cephalosha? I'm asking who over there.
Nigga, it's a 23-year-old Kevin Durant.
Okay, KD's 7 feet tall.
Nigga, do you think KD as a defender at that stage of his career? Nigga, be serious. Nigga, be serious, bro. Kevin Durant at that stage of his career as a defender? Bro, be serious. Be serious, real talk. We have to be serious.
Are you being serious?
Nigga, Kevin Durant at that stage of his career as a defender?
You don't think, okay, let me say that. You don't think positional size at wings has gotten better since Jordan days?
They've gotten, I'm not saying they haven't gotten better, but the objective to stop LeBron is to try to prevent him from getting to the basket. At 2012, KD is not moving laterally enough to keep him away from the basket. He's just not. And so that's why they played to the strength, or I guess his weakness, of just sagging off this nigga and making him a jump shot shooter, which we just saw. The nigga only made 8 of them in the entire series. We just saw it. The fuck is you talking about?
Do you understand that KD doesn't have to like press up on LeBron because he can still go to contest up because he has a 7'5" wingspan?
He doesn't have to press up on LeBron because he wants him to shoot too.
Yes, also that, but I'm saying
that's why in a year before that, Deshaun Stevenson could guard that nigga, and a 38-year-old Jason Kidd and a 33-year-old Sean Marion.
That was zone in which Michael Jordan never had to play again. What are you talking about,
bro?
Bro, you finna piss piss me off, bro. I'm not going to do this with you, bro. You're actually being disgusting right now, bro.
The point is being made about defensive schemes from a team standpoint. That's my
and
point.
the scheme was we have to either fully double or we have to play Michael Jordan 1-on-1. That's the two schemes.
And the truth of the matter is that we're not. So again, the point I'm making is that I can also bring up individual defenders for LeBron, but the truth of the matter is that wouldn't do an accurate representation of how teams were defending him because it's defensive schemes. You're the one who brought up individual defenders.
Because I'm saying low, because the point is the individual defenders are better at the position and the schemes are better. Fuck are you talking about, nigga?
There's a couple of niggas. Right, gonna lie, we gotta look at some of these Jordan series. Cause though I agree with you, not gonna lie, I agree with you. Bro, they're doubling Jordan, and Jordan has no other choice but to pass. And the niggas he's passing to suck. They fucking suck. That 96 series, them niggas sucked. This series, this series, Scottie Pippen, 43. Horace Grant as a forward, 41. Bill Cartwright as a 5, 40. John Paxson, 37. These niggas sucked. They sucked, my nigga. So you're right. You're right.
Too,
you're right. Off. You're right. You're right. All they had to do was double and ISO. So when teams had the personnel to double and rotate back quickly, them niggas sucked.
All right, show 2014 Heat numbers. Go over there.
Oh, I said LeBron at 20.
I said why your tone changed so much?
I said that's a good year for LeBron. I said that's a good year for LeBron. Boy, I ain't gonna lie, you up here shaking it for LeBron.
Huh? Don't try to pivot. No. I'm finna Euro that. I'm not even finna pay that no attention.
I said that 2014 is a good year for him. I admit 2014 is a good year. I said 2014, skip 15, 16, 17, 18. That's where his offense became more well-rounded, but his defense fell off. The point still stands, bro. When we get to this, well, really, a lot of these players offensively, bro, it's not no one-on-one matchup. And you're right. Back then, it was either ISO or double or like hedge whenever you can and shadow whenever you can in a legal limit. But a lot of teams would formulate their offense.
You know many old games we've been watching now to where they're calling illegal defense 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 times.
I dare you to watch this series. Watch this series and watch how the better defensive teams like the Pistons figured out ways to defend while also being in legal defensive positioning. And then watch this nigga Jordan pass the ball out to these niggas wide open and miss. Watch this series, watch a 96 series, and it's one of those Heat and Knicks series as well. Go watch those series.
Okay, I'm gonna just ask you like this. No, I got you. I'm gonna ask you like this. Peak for peak, right? And I'm not even saying these two have to correlate. When they're both at their offensive best, whatever years you want to consider, who's the better offensive player?
LeBron is I think at his absolute best, he's better.
Yeah. Okay. When they're at their absolute best, no matter what the years, you've already said you think LeBron is a better defensive player, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Who has more years of excellence?
On what side of the floor?
I'm saying just being in the league.
Oh, just being in the league? LeBron.
Yes. Okay, so you have LeBron as the better offensive player at their best. Yeah, LeBron as the better defensive player at their best. And you have LeBron sustained excellence for years. They have more than number one.
This nigga is all we can't hear you because you
lag.
But no, I want to be clear.
Yeah, because you sent your goons to his fucking.
Okay. I'll say it again. The one thing I cannot overlook for LeBron is that at his absolute best, if we have LeBron at his absolute best and Jordan at his absolute best, bro, look, Jordan is a better player. He's a more impactful player. He sustains his impact more than LeBron does.
So when do you think LeBron is at his best?
2012
to Miami years?
Yeah, 2012 to let's say 2016. I'll exclude 2015 from that.
I can't. You don't think there could be a legit argument made for LeBron that that 2016 through 20 could be arguably his best years? I'm
No,
asking. I don't say you have to agree. I'm
the
just asking.
the difference in his defense from
That's weird.
2014 to from 2012, I'm gonna say defensively, no.
Yeah, but he was a much better offensive player. And to be
No,
honest with you,
no,
no, he was a
no, no,
much
no,
better
no, no, no,
offensive
no.
player
I'm
during that
saying it,
time.
but like that, the defensive value that he is providing at that
But
stage.
couldn't you? But since we're alive and we don't have to go off other people's like explanations and definitions of things. Whenever during those years, of course, outside 2019, the 2019 was a horrible season. Was LeBron not still going up to like all defensive level caliber in the playoffs?
2018?
Outside of 18.
I'm
I'm about to
saying
say
2018,
2018?
yeah.
2018?
2016, 17, 2020.
But now you're getting so
That's
because
fair, but not 18.
the further back we go, because he's getting better offensively, but the further back we're going, bro, the worse of a defender he's becoming, and he's not the level of degree of defensive player that you're talking about. He is not able to sustain that for over a large portion of time. He's just not, and you know that. There's
Yeah,
no way.
but you're all. I know I'm
There's
also
no way.
talking. I
There's no
know I'm
way.
also talking to somebody that clearly values offense like substantially more than defense.
Nigga,
So I'm
and
saying that.
Jordan is
So wait,
providing what the fuck
So this what I'm saying because you think LeBron's the better offensive player
at his
in during
best
that
though.
time.
At his
Yeah,
best.
that's yes. I know. I'm pointing out the years in which LeBron is at his best offensively. I'm saying you think that stretch from you got to 90 to 93 that MJ is so much better defensively that it's making up for your offensive
Yes,
gap.
yes,
Okay.
yes, yes.
Okay.
Bro,
Because from the years in which you're referring to, from you're saying
You know we're
2016 to
arguably right
2020,
now talking about like the greatest offensive player ever right now. That's what we're like
we're
arguably
not talking
talking
about Jokic or Curry.
about. Brother.
fries.
I hear what you're saying, but bro, that the value that Jordan is providing those years is pretty fucking ridiculous, bro. It is genuinely it's pretty fucking ridiculous, my nigga. Like I don't know. Like I'm going through some of the years where he's matching up with some of the better defensive teams,
Mm-hmm.
bro. Like even when he's matching up against like the Knicks in '92 that I went to, it's 31, 6-4 on 48% shooting front of field. He has a 54 true shooting, and his second best offensive weapon is Scottie Pippen, and the nigga shot 40% from the field and 29% from behind the arc.
Mm-hmm.
Like that is like that's what he has to work with as a second offensive piece.
But then again, I would then argue like 2016 to 2020 is arguably the greatest playoff player we may have ever seen.
I'm not saying that he's not peaking offensively higher. I just don't think that stuff overlaps with who he is supposed to be as a complete player, because in my opinion, the argument for LeBron would have to be more of like how long he's able to sustain a lot of this value. And if you are arguing, because that is effectively the argument, how long can both of them sustain the value? If you're saying that this offensive value that he is sustaining to that extent is from, what are you saying, 14, skip 15, 16, 17, 18, and 20, that 5-year stretch, that's what you're saying?
Yeah. 16 through 20, yeah.
Well, but as a sidebar, I'm just giving you 14 as well, because I think that would aid to the
Okay. Okay.
that is a 5-year stretch where every single year he's getting worse defensively. I think he gets an uptick defensively in 2020, but effectively every year from 2014 down to 2018, he is getting worse defensively. And so if the value is only being sustained, worse or selective, no, LeBron is, bro, he is getting worse defensively because I think y'all undermine how good of a defender he was.
Yeah, he wasn't Miami
Yeah,
LeBron
he is
anymore
getting
defensively,
worse
no.
defensively.
But
I
he
don't
was
know why.
still
I'm not
this what I'm
denying
saying though.
that
He was
he's
still
getting
like a
worse though.
positive in the playoffs in my opinion, come playoff time, LeBron is still very much during those years like a positive.
I'm not denying that he's not a positive. I'm not denying that he's not a positive. But what I'm saying is when I say worse, I'm not even trying to be like harsh with my words because I want to also people understand who LeBron was in Miami in those last 2 years in Cleveland. That is genuinely speaking one of the best defensive players in the last 25 years. He was getting worse. He was getting worse. There's no other way around it. He was getting worse. Now, what Real Talk is trying to say is that going worse from that peak to where it was, how impactful is that in contrast to what Jordan was providing at his best? Certainly arguable. I can
He's
understand
also
that.
getting better as an offensive player too. Like
Yeah.
for
But
LeBron.
I get what you're saying, but I still think that 5, if you're basically arguing, is that 5, because basically what you're saying is that 5-year stretch from LeBron better than the 4 or 5 year stretch I'm talking about Jordan, where it's from. Actually, yeah, let me ask you that question. From 89 to 93, do you think who would you rather have? Is there ever a 5-year period that you think LeBron is just definitively better than Jordan? Let me ask that question. Do you think that there is a 4 or 5 year period from LeBron that you think is just better and translate better from regular season to post than Jordan?
Those are two different questions to me. You're asking me no, because I'm saying you said translate better to the playoffs, but again, I just think that Jordan's playing worse people. But as far as a productivity
Man, bro,
standpoint, probably not.
if we dare, bro, I don't want to have to do this, bro. Y'all see what
But
y'all
do I
see?
think there's a 5-year stretch where LeBron was a better player? Yes.
But how much of that for me? This is how I'm perceiving it as well. How much of that value is translating over to the postseason? That's my whole point. And you talking about the competition that he faced in chat. This is what he made me do. 2015, he goes up against the Boston Celtics, 40-win ball club, 12th ranked defense, 18th ranked offense.
This isn't the year I'm referring to, by the way.
Okay. Let's start in 2016. Okay, because that's where you were starting. 2016, he goes up against the Detroit Pistons. Wowzers. 13th ranked offense, 12th ranked defense.
And a positive record.
Oh, God forbid he go positive record. 2016 Atlanta Hawks, 2nd ranked defense, but 22nd ranked offense.
Mm-hmm.
Toronto Raptors, the team that was historically known to just choke in the fucking playoffs.
Specifically against him.
And also choked against John Wall and the Wizards, and then Giannis with the Bucks.
I didn't say they never choked against anybody else, but specifically they did it more against him than anybody else.
And that is fair. So that is the comp that he matched up against before the Warriors team in 2016. That I do believe LeBron, regardless of the up and down he may have had early on in the series, I think piece together 5-game stretch that is really hard to just overlook. So shout out to LeBron. And I mean that sincerely. Shout out to LeBron for doing that. 2017 Indiana Pacers 42-win team, basically at league average on both sides of the floor with a negative net rating. Next
was
series,
that the first round?
Yes, first round.
I mean, that's what happens when you good in the regular season.
No, don't, because that excuse is always given. But we've already checked this with Kobe. Nope, not in Kobe's West, not in Duncan's West. They would have number 1 ranked teams, and they would still match up against 48, 49,
I mean, but we obviously know,
teams.
yes, the West is better than what? I mean, what? What are you saying?
Okay,
we all know this already.
And then you go up against the Toronto Raptors in the second round, sweep them. 6th ranked offense, 11th ranked defense. Probably, I think the best team because I don't think Boston was. This is Boston without Kyrie, because Boston didn't have Kyrie.
Without Isaiah Thomas.
Oh, Isaiah Thomas. Oh, yeah, without Isaiah Thomas, which was the 8th ranked offense, 13th ranked defense, but again, without Isaiah Thomas. So again, the best comp, the best comp that you have is once more the Toronto Raptors before you get to the finals.
Why you keep not bringing up the finals?
Because that's where majority of these numbers are coming from to translate. I'm not just saying. I mean, we got in the finals, he was great, but it's one series. You're trying to knock the Pistons, which I would argue is probably the one team that Jordan is matching up against. But then if you look at everything else, bro, like, nigga, come on. So once more, 2018, he goes up against the Indiana Pacers, a 48-win Indiana Pacers team led by Victor Oladipo.
Let's not. Okay.
11th,
let's not.
11th,
We're not finna undersell 2018.
11th ranked offense, 13th ranked defense, plus 1.4 net rating.
You wanted to holler and scream about Jordan's teammates not too long ago. Can we be honest, brother?
Toronto Raptors, which again is probably the best team that he matched up against in the Eastern Conference. So shout out to the Raptors. And then the Boston Celtics. This is one where it's a rookie Jason Tatum and no Kyrie.
I don't care. Look at the defense. Shout out the defense. Like
no. The defense was great. I'm not
okay. Yeah,
what did
best defense in the league.
Yeah, shout out to LeBron. He was amazing in this series against the number 1 ranked defense.
Yeah, what he averaged?
And 33-9 and 33-9 and 8 on 52, 41, 69. and again, I want to be clear. And to be fair, to LeBron.
Stop playing, bro. Stop playing.
No, I'm about to give him credit, you more credit. That's a team that actually matches up well with LeBron as well. That team matches up well with LeBron in theory. And then again, the Warriors get swept. And then goes to the Lakers. We're skipping 2019. Goes to the Lakers and matches up against the Portland Trailblazers, who I think were a bad defensive team. Yeah, second or third worst.
Oh man, that's defense. The greatest 8 seed of all time.
Yeah, it was nasty.
Yeah, that's what they were talking about that year. Yeah.
The Houston Rockets, who were a mid defensive team that year, and the Denver Nuggets, who were also a mid defensive team as well. And as you just said, it was debatable, especially heading into the finals, who was the better performer in the playoffs between him and AD. Correct?
But that's not a knock. That's not a knock
I'm
on
not
Braun.
saying it's not a knock.
I'm
I'm asking a question. Correct?
Yeah, but I'm saying, what's the point of the question?
The point of the question is that Jordan never had that privilege to have someone play at AD heights. Correct?
Okay.
And then
he also did have to beat teams like the Warriors.
That's fair. But this run right here isn't the Warriors here to beat the Miami Heat.
Okay, buddy. Okay.
What was that noise?
Look, man. My point kind of still stands. You're trying to piece together 5-year stretches that don't coincide with what I know you don't think is the best version of LeBron. I know you don't think that 2017, as great as it was, or 2016 is the best version of LeBron. I know you don't think that. It may be the best offensive. It's the best.
Wait. But why can't I think that his best offensive version of himself is the best version?
So let me ask you, Mr. Defensive guy. Remember, guys, this is the two-way impact guy. This is the guy that you have to be elite on both sides of the floor. Remember, that's what it is, right? So do you think 2016, 17 LeBron is better than 2013 LeBron?
Come playoff time?
I'll ask the question again.
Come playoff time, yes. Yes, I legit do think that. Yes. Come playoff time, yes. Because I think he upped his defensive value in the playoffs those years. So, yes.
It's a nasty nigga, dog. It's a nasty nigga.
Am I lying?
Yeah, in the playoffs, yeah, because how flawed LeBron was, but in the playoffs, he also just wasn't the same defender. Bro,
But he was the
2012 and
better offensive
2013.
player.
But 2012 and 2013, LeBron defensively is crazy. Who was better, Jokic or Giannis? Who was better, real talk? Who was better, Jokic or Giannis?
Oh, this is disgusting.
Giannis.
Okay, why is
wait.
Duh. What are we talking about?
All right, Chad, we're calling it a fucking. We're calling it a stream.
Wait.
We're calling it a stream, my nigga. We are calling it a stream, dog. All right, we're done. We're done.
Wait.
No, dog. We're calling it a stream, dog.
Yeah, I don't get the where are you going with this comparison?
How is Giannis a better player? But you're saying that the worst defensive version of LeBron is better because
but that defense that is still way better than Jokic. So I don't think that's
the defense that LeBron provided in 2012 and in 2013 is way better than the defense he was providing in 2017 and 2018 and especially 2018 and in the playoffs. Is it not?
Are you not listening to what I'm saying?
You're saying
I do know. Wait, look. I understand that he takes a defensive dip come 16, 17, 18, 20. Okay? I don't think your comparison to Jokic is apples to apples because come playoff time, LeBron is still a far superior defender than Nikola Jokic.
No, that's
and in my opinion, he's still a positive defensively. And then so when I'm saying to me, he's still presenting. Wait. To me, he's still presenting two-way value in the playoffs. That's what I'm saying.
In 2018? Bro, we have
was he? Am I tripping? Bro. Was he? He was bad in 2018.
Let's say he wasn't neutral in 2018, or let's say he was slight positive. Let's say that. Who do you think? Do you think Giannis is a better defender at his best than 2013 Bron? And 2012 Bron?
At his best?
Whoa.
I mean, probably not.
Bro,
no, but
look at Bruce. He said,
bro.
Some people are.
I mean, but what? But again, I'm trying to ask, like, what is the? Where are you going?
You don't think the gap is relatively similar between Jokic and Giannis's defense, in contrast to LeBron in 2012 and 2013, than LeBron in 17 and LeBron in 18?
Because neither one of them are a minus. Jokic is a minus.
You think when do you think Jokic was a minus in the playoffs? You think he was a minus in the playoffs in 23?
Brother, you don't want my opinion on that, brother. Look, I know we give Jokic credit because he can hard hedge sometimes. I don't. I get it. I got it. I got it.
Bro, real talk.
Oh my God, do y'all see?
You've literally hard you have literally said that he wasn't a minus. It was just that he got favorable matchups. You've literally said that before.
About
about Jokic, that if he got lucky that he didn't have to match up with Curry or an explosive guard that would be able to take advantage of the match. You've literally said that he was nowhere. He could have been he should have been a worse defender. His defense is significantly worse than what it actually was in 23 because he got favorable matchups. You have literally said that.
Yeah, but that doesn't change. Okay, that doesn't change my opinion on how I view him as a defender. I still think he's a bad defender. Just because he doesn't have a matchup to expose it doesn't mean that changes my opinion.
Can't you say the same thing about LeBron in 2018, that he was going up against offensive teams that were deficient in the playoffs, so he didn't have to he couldn't get exposed as much as he probably should have?
I mean, I guess, but I think that would be
nigga set the Raptors. Be fucking serious.
In 18? And why do you keep focusing on that 1 year when I said 16, 17,
2017 as well? Because I'm trying to use a two.
Because,
Okay, brother.
okay,
Brother,
you do
at the end of the day, this
low, you watch the games in 16, 17, 20. Was LeBron not a clear plus defender in those years during the playoffs?
20, yes, 16, yes, 17, I think 17, yes, 18. Let's just still stay as yes. Let's say it's all yes. I'm saying though, bro, the gap between LeBron defensively in 2012 and 2013 to where we get to 17 and 18, bro, that is a significant difference, bro.
And it's all,
But
but to me, it's
again,
also a
you think
significant. No, wait. It's
you
also a
you think
significant difference between him as an offensive player as well.
okay, but you think that Giannis is better than Jokic, and Giannis cannot translate his offense as well as
He averaged
LeBron or
35, 11, and
Jokic
8
in the playoffs.
this year.
Chat. We're not chat. He's an unserious brother. He's an
What?
unserious against the Bucks.
Again, he played himself.
Against the Pacers.
Okay.
Bro, you're unserious.
I thought you were guessing.
Bro, did Shea crack
I thought you were guessing
57
Shea.
true shooting
You
against
were
them?
You're guessing Shea like when he was cooking them.
You
like,
were
good games he had.
you were literally talking about this started with Jordan's defensive comp, correct? And now you're talking about this nigga going up against the Pacers, knowing that almost every time he goes up against a team like the 2019 Raptors or a lot of Miami Heat teams, that you see his deficiencies. You know that. So
That's
why would you?
Giannis offensively though? Like,
well, I mean, unfortunately, yeah, that's fair. But unfortunately, there's not too many years of Giannis that we can even really test translation wise because he got hurt in the last two runs. But to use the Pacers of all teams when all this stems from questioning the defensive comp of Jordan, really? And you're going to use the Pacers?
I mean, that's like the only example of him being like.
Is that the only year of Giannis translating as an offensive player?
I want to be clear. You said the Pacers.
Okay, what about I'm asking you. So you don't think that Giannis?
Do you think Giannis
what are you saying? Giannis doesn't translate offensively in the playoffs?
No, let me ask you this: who translated their value better throughout their the 4 full playoff years of Giannis before this year, or that 4-year stretch in Miami for LeBron?
Ask the question again.
The best 4-year stretch of Giannis in the playoffs, like the 4 years prior to this last run, or the 4 years of LeBron in the playoffs in Miami.
I mean, LeBron's the better player.
So his offensive value translated more. Correct?
Yeah, I will still say that even Miami LeBron is a better offensive player than Giannis.
Okay. So this is the point that's being made. That if you're telling me, because the only way at that point that you would then argue Jokic over Giannis is that because if you think that Giannis offensive value translates the worst out of all these players that we're talking about, you would then have to believe that Giannis's defense, which you just said you didn't believe this, but Giannis's defense would have to be so much better that it would make up for the lacking of his offensive game translating throughout the 4-year window, that whatever you want to pick. But then you're also still saying that still, even with that being said, that his defense isn't as good as LeBron's defense at his best.
I'm not getting the correlation between
correlation.
Let me finish my question. I'm not getting you bringing up LeBron and Giannis defensively to add an argument about Jokic. That's where I'm getting lost in the translation. What are you talking about?
I'm trying to figure out how much of a defensive gap there needs to be before you can say that someone who is just not as good offensively as someone else, that you could still say that they're still better than that other player. That's what I'm trying to get to. Because on one end, you're saying that you value someone's offense so much so that the best defensive player out of this conversation and still a better offensive translator than at least two of the other players in this conversation, that player still is not better than 2016, 17, 18, and 20 LeBron. That's what you're saying.
But that's because we're valuing LeBron defensively differently, clearly during those playoff settings.
I guess so.
So that's the disconnect.
Because I think that LeBron offensively wasn't so bad during
I
his
would
first two
still
runs.
deem 16, 17, and even if you want to leave out 18, 20, LeBron in the playoffs as a two-way player. So you bringing up Jokic to me is like that. That's where I'm getting lost at, because I would never deem Jokic that ever.
I guess I need to figure out another example because I think, bro. I don't know. I don't know, bro. I think you're making this argument about defense that you know for a fact. I just don't think you believe it. I just don't think you believe it, bro.
Well, I had two questions.
How you telling me what I don't believe?
I get that, but I like, bro, like, do you think how many defenders you think are better than LeBron at his best in the last 25 years?
That's such an abstract question. I have to sit down and think about it.
All right, fine. From LeBron's peak, from 2012 till now, how many defenders are better than LeBron at his absolute best?
Like Miami LeBron?
Yeah, Miami LeBron. 2011, 12, and 13.
AD, Draymond. Shit.
That's all.
So you think LeBron was the third best defender in the last 10 years? You think LeBron at his no. I want to be clear. You think LeBron at his best was at worst the third best defender at his best, and you think he still translates enough offensively, and you think that value is being made up because he's that much better offensively?
Brother, you just brought up a shot chart where he couldn't hit a jumper. Whatever. What do you want me to do? Look, I'm of the belief that, number one, I didn't say yes or no to the fact that those were his peak years. What I said was that could be argued. That's my Bam, my fault. Bam. If you want to throw in Kawhi.
No way.
Better defender.
Wait, so Wemby's a better defender.
You think Bam at his best was better than 2012-13 LeBron?
Nigga, do you be seeing what Bam be doing?
Dude, you be seeing LeBron used to be guarding guards and then able to rotate and defend power forwards in the post and help rim
Is Bam not doing the same thing?
At the same level as LeBron was? Bam is defending fours in the post clearly.
Who's defending bigs better, Bam or LeBron?
In the post?
Yes. If you say LeBron, then you're crazy. I'm telling you right now, respectfully, you're crazy. LeBron's being better than Bam.
Let me what bigs? Because to be fair, it's not too many like post bigs outside of Jokic.
He's arguably the best Jokic defender.
Nah, that's AD.
We got
that's AD, bro. That's AD.
All right, we wrapping this up.
Oh wait, no, Zubac. My bad. 80 second.
It is.
Oh wait,
Zubac,
yeah, outside of Zubac.
Rudy Gobert. It is not.
He be frying Rudy. Stop. He be frying Rudy. Stop. We watched it. He be frying Rudy. Stop.
I watch him fry.
That ass cat did a better job in that 23 series than Rudy. Stop.
Before Cat, Jokic had a series where he wasn't playing that well against Rudy, even back when he was in Utah.
You said what?
If I'm not mistaken, Jokic has a series even when Rudy was in Utah.
What year of Jokic was that?
I think it's 2020.
That's not peak Jokic.
Is it 2020? It's one of those years where the year that Cat didn't play, or I can't remember which. It's one of the years where like Cat isn't the primary. Someone said 2023. It might be 2023, where Cat isn't playing.
Somebody saying Cat played, but
or one of the years they weren't employing. They weren't using Cat as a primary defender. They were using Rudy Gobert. And Gobert, it's 2023, and Gobert held that man sub 50% from the field. There were multiple games where he was struggling. Yes.
Jokic had an injury.
2023.
He had a wrist injury.
I got my question now.
Go ahead, because I can't take this nigga
So
serious. This nigga said W chat read.
Who do you think is a better defender? Like
And the chat is there for a reason. I don't know what to tell you.
Who do you think is a better defender, LeBron at his peak or Draymond? Lil.
Draymond.
Oh yeah, Draymond. I thought you were saying LeBron earlier, like in previous streams. I think you saying like LeBron was a better.
I think it's close. But I think it's Draymond.
You think LeBron would? Okay, wait.
I
mean, you think pick LeBron as a top 10 defender ever?
I think Pete LeBron is edging to that point, bro. Pause.
Yeah, I was gonna ask, like, how high do you think like Draymond is like at his peak defensively?
I think Draymond is like also LeBron's like nearing top 10, like maybe like 15.
Is he better than Kawhi?
Yes.
I think he's better than Kawhi, bro.
Who? Draymond?
No, LeBron.
LeBron. Well, both of them.
Yeah, I'm about to say both of them are better.
Is he better than? Well, I would say he's better than Rudy Gobert. So
wait, is he better? Who else would I say?
I
mean, you better than AD?
No. 88
like
his best. No, 88 his best. No.
Drew Holiday.
Yeah, Dwight.
He's better than Drew Holiday. His best.
Dwight Howard.
No. At that point in time in NBA history, no. Chad. Okay.
What about
bro? I'm gonna be honest with y'all, bro. I think y'all forgot how good LeBron was defensively, bro.
We're gonna need a list of the top peak defenders. We're gonna need that.
Marquee.
I still think my list, my overall
because I think that he may not be. Wait. Who do you have a better defender peak for peak? LeBron or Scotty?
Scotty.
Wait, so you got Scotty over Kawhi too then?
Yeah. I don't think you believe that, but
also I think Scotty's motor was better than LeBron. I think Scotty was able to like keep that up throughout his series longer than LeBron was. Bro, I think.
Wait, what do you think about Rodman? Yeah,
we're going back too far.
LeBron and Rodman defensively.
We're going back too far, dog.
We're
going back too far.
I was actually playing this video like 2 days ago.
Yeah.
Passing lanes. I've seen Steph do that.
Not facts. Passing.
Oh, man.
I was waiting for someone to say
something. Might have to exit full screen because it's lagging.
Okay.
Yeah.
Brother, Tim Duncan can't jump, brother. I don't know what to tell you.
Nigga, just being a rim protector? What are you saying?
He never could jump.
Bro, no, I ain't gonna lie. You're hating right now. I ain't gonna lie, my nigga. You are hating. Wow. You're hating. Wow, I was not expecting that out of you, bro.
Perk.
I mean, come on.
That was a starting caliber.
Oh, here comes Thiago Splitter.
Bro, you're hating.
Yo, this is insane.
Shot blocking.
Y'all hear this nigga downplaying what he's doing to get this point off?
Look at that transition. Look at that transition, bro.
I ain't gonna lie. Hey, I don't think I ever thought I was gonna hear this.
280, bro. Fastest player running down the court, man.
No, I don't think I was ever gonna hear
this. Look at that paint monster, Roy Hibbert. All right, who's this guy?
Yeah.
Is that no jump Tim again? Oh,
bro, he's never been able to. Oh my god,
bro, it's just
brother. He's 7 foot. He can't dunk the ball, brother. I don't know what to tell you.
I mean,
damn. So why was Shaq cooking, or why was he cooking Shaq?
That's when he could dunk.
I mean, Lil Bar, wasn't a great dunker, but
damn.
Bro, he is like getting clearly above the rim. This nigga's bro.
That's probably the most he's ever weighed too.
Oh,
he just
bro, you're tripping,
brother blocking George Hill. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, ain't gonna lie, chat. I didn't think I was gonna see the day.
You're gonna have to watch like a full game and just see like what he does, because he's always around moving real stuff. So. I did see some.
He made a bad 3-point shooter, miss a 3. Oh.
No, they're showing that he can
switch.
They're saying he can switch on the perimeter and
for it.
He
made him settle for that. He made him settle for it. That's real defense right there.
Because he actually was guarding TP for a portion of
He forced him into a bad shot. Not that the shot clock was at 1. That's not why he shot it.
He disrupted the whole offensive set.
Block punch.
These are the.
It's clamps.
Who is that?
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
That's what's his name? Willie Green.
That's what's his name. Not that.
Oh yeah, this is a play. Yeah, I remember this. Yeah, this is some crazy defense right here.
Bro, you're tripping, God. Nah, you're tripping.
It's in the fourth quarter, of course. But
I ain't gonna lie, they ain't give Kobe no credit when he was doing this in 07, 08.
Bro, you're tripping right now.
We can play that. Oh, that's clams right there.
And just walking, strolling down.
I'm clearly trolling. I don't.
All right, chat. We're gonna call it a stream, dog.
So, here comes Tiago Splitter.
Yeah, that was.
We're gonna call it a stream, chat. I appreciate y'all as always. If y'all missed if y'all missed any of the lists, the list will be posted. The list will be up hopefully tomorrow. So, what is the clip that Zadog wants me to play?
Yeah, where's the clip, Zadog?
You gotta put it in the chat.
Oh, you put it in the chat. Okay.
It's you.
And oh my God, you're too thick to be 17. Look how thick you are. And you know what? I'm so sorry. Come here for a second. Come here.
All right, Lo, you're harassing me right now.
I don't even remember the context.
What is the context?
I don't even remember the context.
And did it like 3 times. He kissed her 3 times. And did it did it? I remember. Yeah. That's sad to say, chat. That's Drake. Oh my God. And he did this in real life on a stage in front of people, dog. Nah, Drake.
I did. Here's what. No, that's nasty. Because here's what I think happened. Here's what I think happened in that situation. No, you finished. No, nigga. So look, I'm finna tell you. So they bring the girl on the stage, right? Now, from my knowledge, he didn't know her age. No, brother, we get it. It's 2025. Now, did he know the age before she got on the stage?
No, I thought he did.
No, not before.
Did. Oh, he didn't. Oh,
okay. So then, once she tells him she's 17, now he's embarrassed and he's trying to pivot in front of people. I don't.
How did he finish the interaction?
How do you pivot? How do you pivot out of that after finding out that she's 17?
You tell her to get off the stage.
How did he finish the interaction, bro?
Literally anything other than what he actually said.
He's like, look at you, it's crazy.
Why would you say that?
Why do you look
because what he's trying to do is be like, no, don't look at me weird because I thought she was older because of how she looked. That's what he's trying to do.
So
that's what he's trying to do.
So why did he say I like the way your best fit felt against my chest?
Wait, that was dropping on Monday.
Something that's so special. And I'm a good friend of mine.
Is this it?
That can't be it. No, there's no way is that it?
No, this is the one. So he learns that she's 17. I can't go to jail yet, man.
Yeah, it's crazy.
He's embarrassed. I'm telling you.
Okay, but let's
listen to what he does.
Bro, Jesus.
I had fun. I don't know if I should feel guilty or not, but I had fun. I like the way your breast feel against my chest.
I like the way your breasts feel against my chest.
Yeah, he didn't have to go into detail.
I haven't seen this whole clip.
He was looking at that. He was looking at that.
Nigga,
No, let it finish, though. Let it finish. Let it finish, though. Let it finish.
Real
nah,
talk.
yeah, we don't. Yeah,
all right,
I'm
come
good.
on, dog. Real
I've
talk.
only seen the talking interact. I didn't.
Okay. So now that you've seen
know.
it's enough.
But I do because I do get like, okay, if you see if he sees a lady though, they bring her on stage and then they tell her they tell him afterwards. I could see him being embarrassed initially. However, the kissing her is crazy.
Yes.
Just
Just tell her to get off stage.
The kissing her is crazy.
Just
tell her to go finish her homework, bro. Tell her to get to bed. She got a curfew.
The talking about her breasts too. Insane.
That was Drake.
But
okay. I just saw that's all that stuff about kissing in your breast happened after he knew she was 17. All right, chat.
Wait, one more.
How's it going, man? How's it going?
KD doesn't have to like press up on LeBron because he's still going to contest up because he has a 7'5" wingspan.
He doesn't have to press up on LeBron because he wants him to shoot too.
Yes, also that, but I'm saying
that's why in a year before that, Deshaun Stevenson could guard that nigga, and a 38-year-old Jason Kidd and a 33-year-old Sean Marion.
That was zone in which Michael Jordan never had to play against. What are you talking about, bro? You finna piss me off, bro. I'm not gonna do this with you, bro. You're actually being disgusting right now, bro.
The point is being made about defensive schemes from a team standpoint.
KD
nigga is nasty, bro. I mean, this nigga real talk is nasty. You're nasty, dog. You know what you did, dog.
I didn't do anything. What? First off, that's a crazy clip. What is that?
You know what you did, man. You know what you were doing.
Wait, you said clip that?
No. I got all that, but the fact that this nigga was there trying to argue with me about over defensive schemes and then immediately talked about individual personnel just for him to then pivot back to defensive schemes.
For you to act like you don't know that I'm saying both are better or harder to deal with in LeBron's era is crazy.
He also had better offensive weapons in his era.
Yeah, it was needed because the defense had progressed.
Okay, so we're there.
But it's not equal. It's still not equal. Yeah.
Yeah, Jay gave me this. I don't know what.
You're not going to play that clip where you were saying Kobe's at 8.5 offensively?
What is this?
Is that the intensity? What that means? It's just him
most
of any player. Is
that he was only running 7% of the time. Oh.
Is that like the entire playoffs or?
I ain't gonna lie. Yeah, this is the 2018 post.
Up until whatever point.
Yeah, whenever, yeah. Not gonna lie, bro. The fact that they were tracking this type of shit is crazy.
Nah, Second Spectrum always tracks that shit.
No, I'm just saying, like, the fact that, like,
those have some weird stats for like. The fact that the graphic is insane.
Yeah, it's just crazy.
It's always for like a certain kind of player where they make some weird stats. I did it with Luka. The special camera angle. The special camera angle, you know.
Where's the clip so we can get done with this so I can get out of here about the me with the Kobe.
See, this is why he can't be the GOAT, man.
Nah, but we understand though.
Dudes in the 90s.
Yeah, that clip. Yeah.
Dudes in the 90s were full out sprinting.
Ask me what I think Kobe is.
Kobe.
What's
your take on that?
I think Kobe's like an 8.5 offensively.
Hey, Matt, can we hear the clip, please?
And I think that.
Hey, rewind it.
Bro, there's no way you believe it.
Ask me what I think Kobe is.
Kobe, what's your take on that?
I think Kobe's like an 8.5 offensively.
Oh,
and I think that
Magic's
defensively,
an 8.5.
I think Kobe defensively is like closer to a 7.5 than I think.
Why do you have
now the 7.5? I basically stand firm on. I think throughout the course of his career is 7.5.
At his peak?
No. This is the course of his career, a 7.5 to 8. Whoa. At his best, it's like closer to like 8.5. Offensively, I would say 9.5.
At his peak or at his prime, or throughout his prime. Yeah, I'd agree.
The only reason why is that there has to be like
One of the greatest score
the people.
playmakers ever, 9.5. Okay.
Yeah, because there has to be still a separation between like
like three people-
Kobe
three
between
people,
I'm gonna say that's what the problem is that like taking this out of context is that this concept that I was working with wasn't fully fleshed out, and so I'm trying to figure out a way to separate Kobe from like Jordan, LeBron, now Jokic. Like there has to be a way to separate because I don't think Kobe's as good as them. He's just not. And Steph, yeah, offensively, I don't think he's as good as them offensively. Defensively, throughout the course of Kobe's career, I think.
Did you say Nash?
7.5 to 8. I think is I think 7.5 to 8 is fine throughout Kobe's career. I think that's still acceptable. Especially taking into consideration that a lot of the players that are at 10 are like bigs, like Bill Russell, Wilt, Hakeem, Duncan. Like he's also just not at that level. Did I say Nash was what, a 10? I think I said Nash was a 10 or 9.5, one of the two.
You said Nash was a 10.
A 10. Okay.
At the time? Yeah. Do you still believe that or no?
I don't know. I gotta go up and down Nash because at first I thought Nash had like far better like spacers, but I think that was also kind of embellished because that year that he didn't have Amari, the spacing was dog shit. It wasn't as good as I thought it was.
What do you think? Like
it was dog shit compared to the rest of the league, or how they usually play?
Dog shit in contrast to what I thought it was. Like it wasn't that good of a spacing. I thought it was way better, but it wasn't as good as I thought it was.
Like what do you think like Harden is then? I was like out of curiosity.
I think I'm not Swipe. But we gotta do this another day because that shit that Swiper said was fucking ridiculous the other day, where he was saying he thinks that Harden is a better offensive player than Kobe. I was losing my shit. I was like, bro, there's no way. But he's also not high on translation.
He's talking about volume.
Nor Kobe. Yeah, he's not high on.
He said like Joel Embiid was like a better mid-range shooter than Kobe.
Well, they're just going to argue that all they're going to do is argue that James Harden is falling to Kobe like efficiency in the playoffs, and like that's all they're going to do as far as the translation argument.
So, like, for people who want to know about the spacing, like, if it wasn't like these like guards that were coming off the bench that I'm not sure how many minutes Nash was even really playing alongside with, bro, it's Raja Bell and then 26 games of Tim Thomas. But like Barbosa's not really a shooter. Boris Diaw's not a shooter. Sean Marion's not a shooter. Kurt Thomas is not a shooter either. Like they're not. I thought it was more than that, but it's not shooters.
You say Diaw's not a wait, do you say Barbosa's not a shooter?
Not really. They like those three. He took 3 threes, and when you rewatch the games, but they were just leaving him open. I thought I when I was remembering this, and I think I just remember more so the 2005 team, where the 2005 team it's Joe Johnson, Quentin Richardson, and then also Jim Jackson are all like interchangeably like rotating around Nash. But like after like 2005, we got to go all the way to like 09, 2010 when like Jason Richardson and Grant Hill get on the team with Raja Bell. When there's like just like more spacers, Stoudemire's back, he's like a vertical spacer.
So somebody, I think it was Dreen. He asked this: if Nash is a 10, then what would Steph be?
I think they're both 10. See, that was the problem with this right here. I'm trying to like figure out how to way to separate them, but it's kind of hard to. That's why it was like I'm trying to figure out because if I think if Nash is a 10 and like Jokic, Jordan are 10 as well, but I don't think Nash is good as offensive players, those two. So then it's like, how do I separate them? That's the problem that I was like coming into with this right here. But to also be, but then to keep the family away, then we started realizing like maybe there should just be outliers, and that's where like 11, like you're off the scale, comes into place. But it was like a convoluted way to try to like gauge things. But then I learned like, yeah, you can't do it this way.
You were trying to make the argument about, well, if I'm a 10 in this, then that can outweigh you being a 9 in this and a 7 in this. And I
But
remember
no,
that.
but it wasn't even just that. It was that I was also trying to explain that it wasn't a linear scale. That just because the gap between 4 and 6 is not the same gap between 6 and 8, because it's not a straight line. Like there's an actual curve. Like the higher it is, the steeper the slope
Mhm.
is to try to get from the two gap. Like that's what it was. But it's
Mhm.
also just hard to kind of like pinpoint where everybody stands. But that was the point that I was trying to make.
Right. So the guy that had to take the fall was Kobe.
We were talking about other. I think we were talking about other players before that though. How is it crazy to compare Harden to Kobe offensively? It's not. It's to say that Harden is better than Kobe offensively. I don't think that Harden is better than Kobe offensively. All right, chat. We'll see you all later.
You were a Kobe hater back then?
Low key, but we ain't got to talk about it.
What?
All right, chat. We'll see y'all later, man.
He's not disputing it.
Peace. No, it wasn't. That's real talk.
Okay,
You
brother.
weren't a
It's
Kobe
real.
truther. That's what you weren't a Kobe
It's real.
truther.
It's real talk talking right now. Like, come on, he be lying, dog.
Yeah, no fact.
It's not facts. It's not facts.